Dear chess friends, welcome. Welcome to our studio in sunny Monaco. We have a lot of people on the premises, so finally we managed to get on live. The first round of the European Women's Rapid tournament just started. My name is Almira Skripchenko. I am your host, and I am happy to be joined today by Grandmaster Amir Bagheri. Welcome, Amir. I hope that your radiant solar personality enchants our viewers, and I hope that you are following us massively. Let us remind you a little bit of the yesterday's intrigue, because we had the women's Blitz Championship, and the title was won by the Dutch international master Eline Roberts. She won it in a dramatic last round against Bela Hotinashvili. I think that we were holding our breath till the very last second, Amir, because we didn't know if this game would end in a draw, but Bela Hotinashvili was the last one to blunder, as it usually happens. Nerves decided the outcome of this game, and both players finished with 10 out of 13. But since the direct encounter was the first tie break, Eline Roberts, she grabbed her first European Blitz title. And it actually, I think, maybe didn't surprise, her fans, because she just won the bronze medal in the Women's World Blitz Championship. So it solidifies her reputation, yes, as one of the brightest European talents. She's only 19, Amir. And so she's one of the, I think, the best blitz specialists in the world. And so she even started this tournament as the top seed. She started as the first board, then, her tournament was a bit tumultuous, and then she climbed her way back to the top. It was an outstanding performance.
Yes, but I was there when Jean-Michel, president of federation, informed her that she's the winner because she didn't expect at all. She has very nice personality, humble, she's very humble, and I liked, the way she faced with this subject, and a Georgian also, Georgian grandmaster also, when you started to have maybe some interview, she was not sure that she can finish first. She had some doubt. So it was interesting. For us also, it was not clear. So it is such a sort of adrenaline. So I
Yes,
like
but
it.
it was a very unusual moment for us. And I think that both players, you are absolutely right, they reacted to these news with dignity. And I think we all wish them a lot of luck, and all of the players in this rapid event, where we have the record number of participants. I think that we even have more participants than in the World Rapid Women's
Really?
Championship. Yes, so it shows that this destination and this tournament attracts so many players. They're happy to come to Monaco. For some, it's like their only traditional tournament in a year. So it's a true celebration, yes, I think, of our game. Amir, today you are going to analyze the games for us. So let's have a look at our first board. Maybe we can show the pairings, of course, first of all, of the first round. I think that Alexandra Kostyanyuk is entering this tournament as a top seed, because yesterday it was Eline Roberts, but we are using the rapid ratings right now. So Alexandra Kostyanyuk is playing on the first board with the black pieces against one of the French youngest talent, Sarah Gigeli, and I can see that the French delegation is the biggest one at this event. They are participating massively. You can see that another young player, Camille Blanquet, is playing on the third board against Antoinetta Stefanova, another former world champion. So Bodana Sivanandan, she has a fixed board. She will always play there. So, and we also have, I think, Anna Kramling. Pia, of course, is playing, but Anna Kramling is having her fixed board. So please support your players. They deserve it. Yes, I think that this tournament is a tribute to all those players. So let's have a look at our first board. And I can see that Alexandra has chosen a Caro-Kann with which became very popular. This line has become very popular, the knight f6 line.
You know, Karpov was my idol. I start chess by playing Nimzo Indian and Caro-Kann. And in that moment when I show you in the start, uh, after knight take f6, we we didn't lock this position with black, but now because of engine, we know that position is equal, and black has sufficient compensation for, bad pawn structure in king side. So
I mean, I just wanted to show one small trick, of course, for our viewers, because you need to understand the opening. For example, why white plays this move c3, because the pawn on d4 is not attacked. But for example, if you play something like, let's say, knight f3, then bishop d6, bishop d3, black has this trick, bishop f5. So it's our strategical idea, yes, to exchange the light square bishop, and you have this queen a5 check,
beautiful.
and then black achieved what it wants. Maybe not exactly in this position because you have maybe queen it, but so c3 simply avoids this idea. But there is another also idea, thematic. So if you don't play c3, or you start with bishop d, like knight f3, black can delay developing those minor pieces and can even start with knight a6 and then knight c7. So here, the same thing. After bishop a6, I'm not going to destroy my pawn structure, but I have this c3 and then queen a6. And I'm not allowing you to castle. So it's very important to understand those subtleties in the opening, right from the start. So c3, I think, is one of the most precise moves in this position.
And just you have to know when you play with white is very important. You develop your knight from via e2, not on f3. It's very important. You put your knight on e2 after bishop d3. Knight e2 is better, and then white plan. The best plan for white is exchange the pieces to wish have a pawn pawn end game, and your position is quite better because of your pawn structure.
And I can see that we already have a very unusual position on the board. So first remark here, that Sarah decided to castle short. Yes, so she is going for a small positional advantage, because we know that one of the most sharpest line here is when you are going for long castle.
Exactly.
And then it's a very double-edged position. You're absolutely right. It was analyzed by computers. So I wanted to check, actually, knight d7 in this position when black played is one of the main moves. Then knight g3, they're still following theory. Then knight f8. So Sarah is actually playing one of the most principal blinds here. So it's f4 as in the game. So she's very well prepared. Here, Alexandra played queen c7, which is the second move, because now I have the chance to follow the recent games. Because before, black also challenged the center by c5. So f5.
To limit the knight on f8
and the bishop
yeah.
on c8, of course. So this is like, it's a very interesting line. At the same time, yes, you are allowing black to take here. So let's see what was played in the game. Bishop g3. We're still following the 16 games that I have in my database. Takes on g3, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk played c5. So I just wanted to check. So here I have c5 in the game between Arjuna Ergashi and Volodymyr Murzin, and even though it was a blitz game, all those games are studied very deeply, because strong chess players, they demonstrate their home preparation even in their blitz games. So, then I wanted to show you maybe what would have happened if Black would have played Queen G3. Me just to ask
Just to
this
see,
this question, and I'm pretty sure that our viewers are curious. Yes, so how should White continue?
maybe bishop
Of
f4,
course, it's
bishop,
natural
you
move.
have bishop pair, and you have a good activity.
And look at this queen.
Yeah,
Yes, it's
queen is maybe we can say is trap.
queen h4,
Yeah, now
and then actually, the
maybe
thing is,
queen d2, queen f3, um,
I think what's happening is this idea.
rook f2,
They start with rook f2.
rook f2. Okay,
Rook f2, the idea, I
bishop
think.
f1, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, and maybe
Bishop
also
f1,
to
g3.
play g3, rook h2.
Yeah.
Yes, so
Here and then
yes,
g3, rook
and
h2.
rook f2 is a very, very
Very-
precise move, and so this why you should avoid this variation. And Alexander played c5. Okay, so let's just have a look. Do we have more moves here after c5?
And it's interesting, Alexandra move, because if imagine after exchange this pawn, you have this square, e5 square for your knight as a outpost, and it could be solid position for black. So
And as I remember, you should never take on c5, but
Yeah.
Sarah took because I think you can continue also by bishop
Bishop
f4.
f4,
But then
bishop-
black has, I think after bishop f4, black has this move. You're attacking on d4, attacking on b2.
also queen b3 then, you think?
Yes, I think so. Yes, because queen b3, then you're forcing, you're taking on b3. So how about this position? I think it's the matter of taste. Yes, what do you think? You're playing with these structures,
Yeah.
but with a pair of bishop and the knight and the bishop, which are still restricted. So
Yes, if you can exchange bishops and to wish have a end game, good end game with good knight against this bishop. I cannot say bad bishop, but your knight on d5 is quite strong and active.
and this line is very rare once again. So I'm not surprised that Sarah, she was hesitating here after d takes c5. What do we have? Do we have a continuation?
Yes. D takes c5.
There was another more active move, queen g4, by the way. What do you think? Just in case I wanted to
I-
show you. I'm always once a player, always a player. So yes, because so you can develop things in style, but okay, we don't have much time. D takes c5. Let's just continue. So what
Yes.
happened here?
Just I saw something. Maybe it's beautiful for you. After this move, it was interesting. This idea, is maybe we can say is double pin. Now is we want to take it, and
Yes.
this is pin. Interesting. Now we want to take if you move your bishops or knight there, but maybe it's not a good move. Just it was interesting.
It's a very interesting idea. So then what are the d takes c5? And do we have a move? Because
Normally, I think queen takes c5 because
no, but let's just check. I'm not sure we're getting all the moves because I can see.
No, they didn't yet play.
They didn't play d takes c5. Sarah is still thinking.
Queen b6, I see. No, it's queen on b6, I see.
No,
Not queen c5.
no. I think that it was not played d takes c5 because we like.
Yeah, I see.
Thinking. Yes. So actually, she's taking her time. So you see,
Fully.
yes.
She didn't take.
Okay, so
How he should do it.
and she's taken on c5, and I think this might come as a surprise for
Queen take
Alexander.
and knight d7 maybe it could be the best.
Queen
take.
c5, yes, and king h2. So what an interesting continuation, and already we are in uncharted waters.
What happening? What I cannot switch to.
I think that we need to
I
click
already clicked
here.
2 times.
Yes. No. Okay, I don't.
Because she already played.
Yes, we are having troubles updating our games. Let's first move to the second board.
Second.
Maybe then we will see more clearly. And another very sharp position where Nina Batsashvili decided to play g4 against the king's Indian. You know, first she played d5, knight b8 because the knight was on c6. You know, it's a very interesting move order. I wanted to show you here.
Please.
See, because black played knight c6 without d6. So, of course, Nino decided to grab the space, played e4, and then Camille de Serou, she developed her pieces in a more classical way. Why she first provoked this? Because, of course, she wants to have this c5 square. But I feel that Nino played very well. So bishop e3, knight a6. Why? Because she is also, you know, keeping the control of the b4 square. And because the pawn is not on e5, you cannot play b4 here, I think, comfortably, because I will be maybe able to use this, yes, in some way.
It's interesting. Maybe just as a trick, b4 is possible or not?
For the moment, it is, but let's look like what is about this knight.
Knight g4, I don't
No, knight g4 is bishop. I was looking at the crazy line. Tell me, Namir, Amir, if this is completely crazy.
Yeah.
So maybe you can do this, but
take again a take.
But then bishop h6.
Oh,
yes. So and then the problem
f6.
Yes, and then it's not enough.
Yeah.
So this line is, of course, doesn't work, but maybe there is some possible way to exploit, but knight d2 and then e5. So by transposition, we go to a very classical setup. But then this knight d2 is actually a very tricky move order because it allows white not to castle, but to play the idea that actually Nino played in the game. So Nino is a very experienced player, so g4, immediately c6. It's also very important to challenge this center. Then h4.
Maybe instead g4. g4 is good move, but maybe rook b1 and b4 was also interesting.
It's the matter of taste. Yes, Amir. I think because Nino, whenever she gets a chance, yes, I know her very well. She likes to attack. So it's like when you have two candidate moves, she will go for g4, and I'm pretty sure that you will go for rook b1.
For sure.
Yes, so we have
question of age also.
Oh, yes, we'll be kind of more careful, you know. So bishop d7, because one of the other ideas is to play knight c5 and a4. So bishop d7 supports this. h5, Nino is fearless. And here, look at this. I like this idea because Nino played h5, and I think that Camille, like she was not alert. h5, and if you play h6 and if you drag this bishop to h8, it will be very difficult then for black to deploy this bishop. So bishop h8 and knight c4. So now, Amir, of course, I want to ask you, what do you think about the evaluation of this position after knight c4?
I think that the bishop on h8, you know, I had a chapter in my book about exchange the pieces. Bishop on h8 is bad bishop, but if you don't have it, then your king become weak. But I don't speak about, I mean, after h6, if your pawn is here, you know, because you have opportunity to exchange on g6 and h line and attacking the king. So now the problem is bad bishop. You have a bad bishop on h8. You have more space because of this pawn on d5. So I see big advantage for white.
I think you're absolutely right. And the thing is that black is almost forced to switch here to something else than f5, because as you can see, this h6 pawn is like a bone in your throat. So if you open the g file, then the simple rook g1 simply probably kills the game and the monarch. So knight c4 is attacking on d6. So Camille was forced to play queen e7. She can't play b5, But white can also play knight b6,
Please
dominating.
explain us about this move. Knight b6 is very restrictive move because after knight b6, the only open line, c line, is yours. So you don't have, we can say whites is um, uh, two rooks up, because rooks for black, they cannot
You
be
cannot activate
active.
them. Yes, you're absolutely right. And the thing is that, like, after knight b6, you don't even want this bishop. You can take it at some point, but here this bishop is taking the square of the knight. So how are you doing this? You need to play bishop a8, knight d7. How are you freeing yourself? So we can understand that after knight b6 and even g5. Yes. So
If you don't have lever move,
by the way,
free your move, you free your position, so it's dead.
I think, Amir, you're
Correct.
completely right, but then maybe even g5 is better. Then this knight will never go. So look, all those pieces, they are tied up. And after knight b6, you are taking the square of the rook and look, so all of the black pieces, I think the best way is basically to come to the original position. I
Exactly.
think you need to put the knight on b8, the bishop on c8, and to start all over. I think that, yes, black has misplayed this opening, I would say dramatically. Yes. So
Exactly.
let's have a look at the third board, where we have Camille Blanquet and Antoinette Stefanova. And of course, I wanted to remind you that this is a rapid event with the time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. So as you can see, Camille playing with the white pieces is already down to her last 4 minutes. And what is the position on the board? How should we assess it? We have a very interesting like pawn structure, yes, on the king side, because Camille took on f6, and look at this, wow,
Wow.
knight d5. What an interesting sacrifice. So her idea is maybe to activate, deploy her rooks, yes, via the fourth rank, no?
Yeah, it's when you want to calculate it, sometimes you cannot find all lines like a computer, like Stockfish. So you should just have good evaluation. When you see in this position, black king is alone because after knight d5, you want to activate your rook via d4.
And also,
Yeah.
the first thing is what you see, I think, how white calculates is when you take, let's say, first of all, there is a perpetual. I think it's important. Yes. So you see that the black king, even if you play, let's say, rook e8, I think, first of all, after rook d4, maybe this is it. So you have to be careful. You have to play knight c6. You cannot allow rook d4, rook g4. And then after knight c6, you have this perpetual. Yes. So
That's something beautiful. Maybe you like it. Knight c6, please, then.
yes.
Yeah.
Rook b4 and rook
No, no,
d4?
no. Instead, rook e8,
Yes,
knight
look.
c6, rook b4. Maybe.
Yes,
Ah, yeah,
that's,
yeah, you
yes,
saw it.
yes.
Yeah, bravo.
This, I wanted
Bravo.
to show it,
Beautiful.
yes.
Rook
But
d5.
yes,
No, king, queen d5 is possible. No, it's not possible.
no, queen
You
d5,
take it.
g4,
Simply
yes.
you
So,
take it.
but I saw it, I wanted to save it for the rest.
Great. Yes.
You're absolutely right. But then, of course, Antonietta is now considering capturing the second knight. So she sees that after
Is it
knight
possible? Just
g4,
I show you something. Maybe here, of course, after take, you can take it.
yes,
Of course. Just I saw something. Sometime it's like a beautiful pattern. You give check, and then, by the way, knight here, and then queen here for checkmate. It's
Wow.
something could be interesting because this pawn, I call it for my student a spy pawn. If it's here, it's better for white because then the queen, rooks, they cannot defend the king. So if you can keep it here and knight coming here and with the queen you go there, so it's finished.
It's a very lovely idea, Mir. And the
Thank you.
thing is that we caught this game at such a moment, knight g5. You have to have a lot of courage. And Antonietta actually goes for knight g. Let's stay on this game because we know that after knight f6, bishop f6,
Okay.
Antonietta cannot win. The best for her is a draw. Okay, so let's just go back. So what was this?
And
Wait a second. It was Queen F6. Yes. So
Is incredible. Stefanova,
yes, let's have a look.
former world chess champion
So after
with
Bishop
black.
F6, the thing is, we realize there is no other move.
I know.
Maybe.
Psychologically, white is relaxed because at least you have draw, perpetual check. So that's a good point for white.
I think that Antonietta maybe prepared a defense, and this is it. Queen e4, because actually she wants to protect against Queen g5 with Queen g6. Wow, we missed this move. But then
Okay.
after Rook d4, first of all, you're missing this rook. Yes, so
Yes.
we're losing it. And
So
then
rook b4 maybe for perpetual check now. No.
Rook b4 is no, but
Yeah.
then
Queen
after Queen
g6.
g6, how we're given a perpetual?
Yeah, we cannot.
Queen e4, diabolical
Queen
move.
h4 then, please.
But then f5.
F5. No, just
Okay,
I wanted to
yeah.
see, do we have something or not?
Queen
Please.
h4,
F5,
f5.
rook d6. Oh, rook a7. Rook
Yes,
h6. I was
you can
thinking,
redeploy also this
yeah,
rook here.
interesting.
It's like you can understand that Antonietta was a former world champion, and truly, she truly deserves her status. She is one of the legends of this tournament. But after Queen e4, which we missed,
Yeah, it's
what
beautiful.
can we do here? I think she needs to find something to continue her initiative. Rook d4 doesn't work.
Normally, I think such a disposition, maybe rook c1, but always you have rook a7, just you play against the knight. Imagine if pawn was here, this pawn was here, you could play, oh no, again, knight c6. So is, I think, is quite solid, black defense. So
Okay, so maybe let just switch us to another game quickly on the fourth board. It's not easy for us, yes, to have all the games. I think here the game is developing rather slowly, and another young French player, I think, is doing rather well against Anna Ushenina. Anna Ushenina has the pair of bishops, of course, and it's not easy to defend those endgames. You know this very well, Amir, because you are trying to stretch out the position. Yes,
exactly.
you are playing one plan on the king side, another on the queen side.
And the problem, when you have bishop pair and your pawn structure, they're not symmetric. So it's better for you for bishop pair. I mean, imagine if this pawn was here, it was maybe easier for black to defense. Now it's not symmetric, so you have more, yeah,
more squares to control.
exactly,
To
more
take,
plan even maybe.
Yes, and also I think that those bishops are already controlling the board, but if you're taking a few squares away from the knights, then it might get like very unpleasant. Yes, you have this feeling.
Exactly.
Then on the fifth board, we have our young superstar. Bodana is only 10 years old. She did very well in the Blitz event yesterday, so let's have a look.
Bodana e7, but it maybe doesn't work because of king g8.
I mean,
bishop,
yes,
bishop
this,
e7,
and with the idea, yes,
a beautiful pattern.
But then, so bishop is
I need such a these games, for my students, because I have many beginners
But I
to
think
teach.
it should be winning after king g8 if I simply play queen h6.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Then
yeah.
if you take, this is it, yes.
Just I see two moves, not more on
Wait, because I still feel, yes, I still found this.
Queen
But
takes.
queen f7, you see? But you have to be careful, rook e8.
Show us please. Rook
Yes.
take d7. Take.
Yes, you see? So like, those are little lovely ideas, but you have to be alert till the very
At the
end.
same time, when you do commentary here, you should prepare something for a student for next week. So it's good.
Yes, it could
Interesting
be a very
material,
nice example. Okay, maybe let's get back to the game on our first board, where Alexander Kostyanyuk is playing with the black pieces against Sardi Jelly. So I think I think it's safe to say here that Black is doing very well. Bodana just won because she mated her opponent, by the way, Amir.
Uh-huh.
You see, she used this idea, bishop e7 and
Oh,
queen
oh,
h8.
great.
So you are in a very good shape. And then Alexandra, you can see her pieces are completely dominating the pieces of her opponent, and she also managed to grab the pawn on a4. She has this a very tasty
Exactly.
extra pawn.
Exactly. Maybe, yeah.
Yes, even though it's all on the same flank, but look at the king's safety. Yes, those 4 pawns, like h6, g7, f7, f6, they like make you feel hopeless. You know, if you like to attack, how are you mating?
Exactly.
Right
I
there.
wanted to talk about these 4 pounds there. Maybe it's not really, it's double pound, but in king side, your king is more safe. So you have some weakness for the white king. So just is not question of a pawn. It's also safety for your king.
Yes, and right now, Alexandra simply doubled the spin on the d file. I think that this position is hopeless for white because Alexandra is going to win a piece. But one last remark about this position. It looks like the Backhouse chess. Yes, you are putting your pawns.
Oh, yesterday you
Yes,
played it.
yes, I played. I had the first time
Experience.
experience, like in I think last time I played it was when I was a little kid, and I'm trying to understand what is the opening strategy and then what are the
I
patterns.
can tell you the secret because it was my first time I played 2 weeks ago against Turkish players. They're very strong. They were Shahriar Mamadyorov was here, with in the match Maxim Vachier-Lagrov against young Turkish grandmasters. So we played this game. The point you should play knight e5, knight g5, and you sacrifice your knight or your bishop for f7.
Okay,
If you take,
immediately. Yes.
yeah, if you take f7 or f2, then it's down. That is was my
But that's
idea.
why, like, I started to play this E3, D3 on my first moves.
If it is okay, just because before the commentary, I talk about this subject with you, and you told me you lost all games, and I had same experience. We finished last place in this tournament.
Yes.
Oh, we didn't win even one game. It was incredible. They
But
so
I think that we had so much fun, and at the same time, like I couldn't sleep till 3 in the morning. But now I was thinking, okay, what is the strategy? And then at some point, like Tal in the story that I told yesterday, I said, okay, what am I doing? So let's have a look at this board we won, and yes, Alexandra is winning an exchange because Sarah was actually forced to take. So I think we can leave this game and maybe let's concentrate on the game against Bella Hotenashvili, who is playing on the sixth board. Bella finished second in the Blitz championship yesterday. So let's have a look at her position, and I think that she's doing very well.
now we have it.
We will have the
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
the image of Bella and
This
her
position,
board.
it's very destructive game, Almira. You know that, and just I explained that the problem is this pawn here. If your pawn was here, okay, you have this idea, bishop. You bring your bishop to c3 and you play for the king, and that's why that in sometimes you exchange your bishop with knight on c3 in such a in many King's Indian opening, because that this bishop cannot be activated, and d4 is defended by pawn on c5. Okay, so now I think if you continue by playing h5 and you play for white square, and if you can exchange your bishop with knight, to which have a good knight against bad bishop in the end game is big advantage for black.
Amir, I have looked at the game, and actually, it was a very unusual way that it happened. Usually you play bishop c3 immediately, but
Yes.
here, look at this. Bella made a diabolical move, queen g7.
Yes.
And so now she's actually threatening to take on c3 and spoil the structure because she's aware that this is a very important positional idea. And I think that the best move in this position was
Knight.
to play knight e2 because you needed to preserve, first of all, your pawn structure, and then this knight cannot go to e4 like it happened on the game. However, what happened in the game was that white allowed this, and as you perfectly explained now, not only black has a fine game, but
Beautiful.
also, yes, they are
Yes.
aware of all these positional subtleties.
Tell me, maybe first time Kasparov played this idea. No, I think I'm not sure, but
Because I'm not sure, I still remember a few classical games, and
yeah,
then
Bishop.
at least I think that the human was the first to suggest this idea before the computer, even though it was not, let's say, very standard, according to the time. So and then the computer actually confirmed those ideas because he started giving up the bishop in certain positions, even without spoiling the structure and leaving the knight. So you see, it's how this chess philosophy, thought, and dogmas, they change, they evolve, and it's very interesting. So
Yeah.
let's maybe see what is the position right now. Bella just played b5, so I think she's doing very well. Yes, so she's challenging.
To explode,
Yes, she's challenging
literally.
white on every side of the board. But Bella, what worries me, she is down to her 30 seconds. I think that she wants to be sure. Yes, yesterday the games were filled with blunders. In the rapid portion, of course, we have more time, so she wants to be sure that she doesn't miss something. Yes.
So it's what she played very good, but at the same time, you could also play knight g4 or even in opposite colors bishop, because when you have an attack in opposite colors bishop and your opponent's bishop is not active, we consider it as a piece up, bishop up,
Yes, you mean in this position, yes?
Yes. I mean, if you show, now, for example, knight g4, knight take.
Wait, we need,
Yeah,
because it's like
maybe.
bishop d7 she played. Okay, maybe let's focus a little
Yeah.
bit. White is going
The
to
both
make a move.
exchange is good. Bishop or knight against the white knight could be interesting.
But sometimes it could be counterintuitive. Yes, you say that, okay, she played a6, but if you play knight g4, just to explain that, you would think that maybe with the opposite color bishops,
drawish.
yes, it's going to be drawish. Of course, it could have drawish tendencies, but it's far from over, especially when with the queens and the rooks on the board. Bella played a6 here after queen b2.
And it's just interesting, just I tell you that I study many games of Carlsen, and I believe that Carlsen in opposite colors bishop is the best in the world. It's really perfect, the way he plays.
So bishop b5, but I think that, Bella is dominating. Yes, look at this knight on h2, the bishop in e3. I think in order to evaluate this position, I think it's very important advice also to our chess friends, if sometimes that you're hesitating and you don't have the material advantage, then just compare your pieces, of course. So look at this bishop on b5 and the bishop on e3, the knight on f6, and the
now bishop
knight on
c4.
a2.
Now bishop c4 is winning now. Bishop c4.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
I think no, bishop c4 was
a6 pawn, yeah.
No, but I think it's you cannot give the rook, no? You have to do this.
Take knight take d4.
Yes, exactly. But you were right. I think it's a very nice tactical idea, and Bella could have won the pawn on d5 and just have this powerful center.
She had almost maybe 1 minute, so not easy to find all tricks. Now, queen c8 is interesting, is very slyly maneuver. She's going for h3 with queen, and at the same time, The queen look at a6 pawn to defend in case, and maybe now knight g4 is possible.
Now she plays
Ah,
bishop
bishop.
c4.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe yeah. She doesn't want to give any chance, and now a6 pawn. It's defended by queen after rook take b2 by check. Yes.
No, no, no. Yes, this
Yeah, it's
position is
finished.
completely
Hopefully.
won. And I wanted to show that our Blitz champion, Eileen Roberts, mated her opponent in style. Yes.
Is her tournament.
Yes.
Yes, no, is
Maybe not even mated because here, okay, her opponent resigned, but she has an extra piece, yes, on g7. Then what happened? We have Diamante. Oh, Diamante is still playing. She only has 36 seconds left, and she's playing against a young player from Spain, Rebecca Jimenez Fernandez. So maybe let's follow this game
yeah, bishop.
closely. Diamante was the French champion in 2024. She's the leader of the French team. So she's a very, very experienced player, and I think that this endgame is easy to play for white. What do you think?
Very is easy because you pawn up, no?
Yes,
You
not only
pawn
your
up,
pawn up,
yeah.
but
And
your rook is
bishop
so
here now
active.
is a finish, but you know, bishop against knight, so many weaknesses on e5, a5, and maybe 7 rank by playing rook b7.
Actually, yes, I wanted to play rook b7, but Diamante first played bishop d5.
Maybe,
She
maybe
activated
your
the
move
bishop.
is very, oh, maybe rook, oh no, it's not possible because you can take it.
Yes,
Yeah, it's easy to play.
uh,
Bishop,
but bishop d5,
just
k7,
centralize
and
that.
bishop
Yeah,
c6. I think, yes, maybe Diamante wanted to be sure. She wants to win this pawn on e5. Yes, so
yeah.
she played bishop. I understand. Okay, her idea is actually to play bishop d5, bishop c6, and to win another pawn on e5. And this is going to be
It's
a winning endgame.
typical, yeah, typical maybe you know, pushing pawn to g5 could be interesting, you know, with your pawn to
Yes.
g5. Just
You mean this one, yes?
yes.
But the rook is overloaded. You know, I want to take on d7 and I
Of
want to
course.
take here or here. Yes.
As Gorovich Mishas always said in his analyze, I really enjoyed. I call him master. Always simple chess. That's how I like. It's simple chess.
Yes, especially when you're getting very low on time, and
Yes.
this is it. Her young opponent is struggling to find the move knight f6, but now Diamante can simply take on e5, and this is technically winning
Winning,
endgame,
simple.
where not only you have this powerful bishop, but two extra pawns, of course.
Exactly.
So Katie Tsetsashvili won her game as well. Maybe let's have a look at the game between. So we didn't have much time to follow Yekaterina Italik. So she won her game also in style. Can look at this lovely
Oh,
battery. Yes,
yes.
so you cannot avoid mate on g2.
Beautiful battery.
Even though that you have this extra piece on d6,
Yes.
yes, it's completely useless. Then what else can we say? Osmak Yulia, she won as well.
Against same battery. You find
But-
all battery.
Yes, in the first round, as you can see, that the pairings
Uh-huh.
feature like a very big difference in their rating. But then I think that starting from the second round, you know, the pairings are going to be already rather balanced. And here, of course, we use the rapid ratings. Narva Mai won. Also, like it's a very beautiful position. Yes, with the queen on e5, the bishop on e6, so controlling, yes,
Black
everything.
is piece up, but many pawns, and king is naked, you know, so no defense for your king on g7.
So, Alexandra, this is Mary Rabidze. Yes, we haven't seen her game as well. So, Mary, this is very interesting. Yes, I wanted to say, but yes, even if you cut your king, I think that then
Maybe
Mary
is winning.
Yes, but
Rook
you,
c7, and then king going to
yes,
b7.
you need to bring the king. Yes, so that, but maybe let's demonstrate it. Yes, so I think that let's say if black waits, so
Yeah, just
king g6,
okay.
maybe like say rook c7.
Rook c7.
So if you play king h5, I will always stay
Take
here.
it,
So
yeah.
you have to be,
King
let's
h6
say king
maybe.
h6, and then we go here. So king g6.
G5 maybe.
Okay, we
Because
can
I think the only way, or maybe
to fight.
maybe G5. I mean, just you have to bring your
I
king.
will yes,
No.
but I will always have rook
Check.
h7. Yes, maybe.
Okay, maybe.
When
Oh
you
yeah.
play rook
Oh,
h4.
it's question of time.
Yes, I just wanted to show it on the
Yeah,
board. Yes,
please.
so you have to stay here, and then the king, he's shouldering the rook, and what do you mean shouldering? But he cannot keep the rook on the fifth and on the a file, and then you simply go here. Yes, king b6.
Just please show us after king b6. Sometime you have rook c5 check, rook a5.
Exactly. So the bridge.
Yeah, please.
So let's say king v6, and now the idea. Let's say you're trying to play king h5. You can also play king rook c5, king h4, and rook a5.
Ah, beautiful. Check,
Using-
check. You go your king to g8.
Using this famous bridge, yes, and you're promoting.
Beautiful.
We can, yes, we are using the rook as a shield, the pawn as a shield here, and king g8. Yes.
Yes, beautiful.
Okay, so do we have a few other results? Actually, Anna Osheniana is still playing. So let's see. The young French player, Emilie Alfano, she is defending stubbornly. And Anna Osheniana still has this pair of bishops which are dominating the board, like which are cutting it with lasers, yes. But the material balance is still there. So will the former world champion Anna Osheniana, she will win this game or not? What do you think?
Well, anyway, as you said, we prefer white, but it's question of technique, and I think maybe you bishop d4 f6 and you activate your king, you're going to f5 g6 could be interesting.
But-
and the way she
No.
plays are so good.
But you know this, I think she needs to bring her king to
b6.
yes, but at the same time, maybe Emily will be able to attack the f5 pawn. And of course, we have to have in mind that with so few pawns on the board, this will not be enough even if you win, and if I will be able to sacrifice my knight for two. Yes?
Yes, but in the same time, what I see between many grandmasters in such dispositions, you sometimes you don't show your plan, just you play some moves, and you wait for the mistake of your opponent. It's also quite interesting and rapid because you don't need to show any plan, but black should play correctly to survive.
You create this the world champion effect. Yes, you're sitting there,
Yeah.
when you're sitting at the poker table, and sometimes just those mythical players, they show up and the whole table is already, in a state, of awe, and they cannot play. So this is also true for chess, because I think that when Magnus Carlsen comes to the board and sits there, it's like you're not feeling, very confident.
Exactly. Yes.
So bishop g6, Anna wanted to secure this pin.
I think king c5, bishop f4 to limit the knight, and king b6, and then you will show your last.
But how are you winning this if I'm keeping the bishop on the... Okay,
I
let's
think
say
bishop f4, for example, now.
king c5, let's say bishop b5. Yes, let's say king b6, and now I'm keeping this.
Okay. Now maybe,
You need to show me the winning plan.
yeah.
Because I want to keep the bishop here, so for the moment... King
Sometime
a5?
imagine even this one, h5,
Yes, so
and
bishop c4.
bishop c4, maybe king b7, please. Just I wanted to show you
Yes.
some. Oh no, not like maybe bishop. Okay, king here. Okay,
bishop
just I
g3.
wanted to show maybe this move.
Yes, I saw it, but that's why I wanted...
Just bishop take, pawn take.
Yes, I maybe...
Yeah, I take, please.
Yes, so and knight
I
d6,
take-
you wanted
I
to
take
take on
b7.
g7, yes.
Yeah,
I
you're
s-
full. Knight c8 check, please.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I lose.
No, not the... Yes, your king has to be
Yeah,
there.
b5 coming. Okay.
Yes.
Knight
Knight
seven,
d7.
b5. Yeah.
B5,
H5,
B6.
B7.
No, it's like
No,
you.
maybe yeah, King
No,
A7 is
yes, we are too late.
hopeless.
No, no, but it's
Okay.
very interesting. But that's why I didn't want to play Bishop G3 here. I wanted to play Bishop B5.
Bishop
So
B5.
because your king is very far away.
Okay, Bishop C5. Let's see.
And how do you activate your bishop?
Yeah, it's difficult.
If
Good question.
whenever you play Bishop D4, I can play
F8.
King F8.
Let's
So
F6 then. Okay, please.
okay, let's try
Okay.
this.
Yeah, F6 again. Not so easy because knight G5. Then you have some.
Yes,
Okay,
take
pawn
it.
take.
But okay, this is like such a long digression. Let's see actually what is the actual
Maybe
position on
your
the
king
board.
not. You keep your king in king side.
Look
No,
at this
maybe.
position on the board. I think that it is a draw right now because with the opposite color bishops on the board, I think that this will be
Is
our first
is that
upset.
draw thing?
Not even an upset. It will be the first beautiful result, yes,
Yeah,
for the
but
young
what
French
a
player.
defense.
And it's a draw, yes.
Bravo, bravo to these young players, French young players for this stubborn
Such a
defense.
stubborn defense, and how many players that, including us, would have already collapsed, yes,
Yes,
in this position. Yes, so
yes,
I
yes.
know how difficult it is not only to withstand the pressure to find the only moves, but also to believe in yourself.
Exactly, exactly.
So
Bravo.
the round is over. I think all the games have ended. We will bring the results to you in a few seconds, of course, because we need to get the results updated on the chess results page. So do we have any others? Irina Bulmaga made a draw against another young French player. So Bella Saint Sophia, then we have Osmakule, she won. Lela Javahishvili won. Pia Kramling? No, we missed this. How is this possible? Pia Kramling played against Anna Kramling.
Yesterday,
Yes,
incredible. Yesterday,
they,
Pia won.
yes, Pia won, but today they made the draw. What was the game? Do we have it?
Yeah,
Do we have
yeah,
the
please,
16 boards? Because
please.
we uh, didn't manage to cover all the games, of course.
Yes.
Yes, it was a draw. Let's have a look at the game. Maybe we have
Oh my God.
it was like a very interesting line. Let's have a look at this. Maybe let's start at the beginning and you will explain it to us. Etienne, can we bring the board to our screen? I think yes. First, let's show the opening stage. So we had another interesting pairing in this round where Anna Kramling played against her mom, Pia Kramling, and they already faced each other in the Blitz event. So let's have a look. I think Anna also played the setup with B3 in a few of her games yesterday. So how everything unfolded. 95. So Anna opens, yes,
Yeah, just
the
because you
position.
need to play f6 to defend your king, so it's some pawn take, pawn take. So now pawn structure for white is worse, but um, activity of your pieces much better, and you have some idea to attack the black king to black king. So you after exchange the queen, so you feel more comfortable with black. So there is not big attack. Now knight take d5, some combination just if you take okay. And now with this beautiful perpetual check, um, game ended by draw.
Yes, because you cannot avoid the
No choice
perpetual, yes.
because you after that is double check and you lose your rook. So beautiful.
So Anna,
Maybe some
yes, Anna actually studied so well and prepared so well. So
home
she
preparation
home
maybe.
preparation. So she forced this draw against her own mom, but also the world-class player.
And maybe her mom cannot prepare at home easily because always she's there. So, full
Yes, it's like
preparation, you
everyone
see
is
every,
sitting with the
difficult,
computer, and then you have the dad in the middle and the husband in the. So it's like, oh,
difficult.
darling, whom should I help? Yes. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah,
okay, maybe I will go for a walk. Yes. So
yeah, yeah.
it's,
It's difficult.
yes, it's not only difficult, it's the situation that I think all men want to avoid in their family
Yeah,
life,
yeah, yeah.
so. Okay, so I think that we have the results. So we even have the pairings. So let's show you the results
Please.
of the first round. Here they are. So a few surprises now and then, but uh, those first rounds are here for for those surprises. So Anna drew her mom. Then we have Belis and Sofia who drew Irina Bulmaga, another world-class player, and Emily Alfano who drew the former world champion Anna Ushenina. So let's have a look at the pairings of the second round. And as I told you, the second round already, like it's a more homogeneous. Yes, so Alexandra Kostyniuk, she will face the young player Yelizaveta Hrebenchikova, but we will bring it on your screen in a few seconds, of course. So, Amir, yesterday we had our picks with Aloysius. So you have the insiders information now. You know what form is like how players did in the Blitz event. So what is their form? So who is your pick for the rapid event?
Um, I think in rapid, knowledge is more important because you can have better self-control. You can manage your stress better, and I think the better, I mean, in classmen ranking, better players, they have more chances. In Blitz, maybe younger players, they can create more surprises. But now I think we have many former champions, many world-class players, so they have more chances. I think now we see Alexandra Stefanova, and our many players. I give more chances to players with more experience.
Okay, but at the same time, this is such a heterogeneous field because you have young players, experienced players, the players who are hoping for their first breakthrough, leaders of the Olympic teams. It's like this is like from my personal perspective, I think is one of the most interesting fields which can feature a women's event. So anything is possible once again, but let me pick my player. I think that Bella Khotanashvili played very well yesterday, and Nino Batsashvili is also a very good rapid player, so I am leaning towards the Georgian chess school. So between those two, let me pick Nino Batsashvili.
Okay.
And let's say who would be your player
I
then?
think Alexandra.
Alexander Kostyniuk. Okay, and then I will also ask Aloysius who is going to be his pick, but he's
Yeah.
coming here later.
And
So
my second guess is Bella. Yeah.
Bella. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're also going for Bella.
It's not far, it's
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so we are tight here, of course. So the round will start, I think, in a few minutes. Yes, so let's have a look at the playing hall. If the players are getting ready. Yes, I think that the players are already, some of them. And as you can see, Bodana, you see she's still playing with her car booster. This is one of the most beautiful, I think, pictures of this event. I hope that our photographers and our video specialists, they immortalize this moment, and that this picture is going to get viral and is going to inspire everyone.
Exactly.
Because it is the perfect illustration of this gens una sumus. Yes, chess is the game which unites us all, and I think chess is the game which has given us so much.
Exactly, exactly.
And like I was born in the Soviet Union. Where were you born?
Iran,
Iran.
yeah.
So what were the chances for us to
Yeah,
meet?
it's
Yes.
oh,
Yes.
each year is such a, great appointment to see my friends. It's like really is my first family, United Samas is really best we can say, and it's great opportunity for all of us.
And we can share a lot of laughs. Yes.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Uh, yes, you're absolutely right. This is, uh, it's our, annual date. Yes, this tournament, some other tournaments, but where we can all meet each other, share the latest news and like news about our families and of
And
course
before
friends.
maybe some of players they were my concurrents. I was very young. I wanted to beat them or something. Now I miss them. They're my friend. There is not any concurrence between us. Just only things we miss each other. We want to see each other, and that's great.
Oh, it reminds me of the tribute, to Roger Federer, and where Rafael Nadal was there, and they both of them were crying, and this moment was filled with so much emotion, which we can understand, and how many matches they have played against each other. But it's exactly as you said that at the end of the day, you're going to miss
We
your
can
friend.
say we don't exist if other chess player they stop chess. It's something like that. We exist because we are all together and we love this field, we love this game, and we continue.
Yes, and this, I think we are all part of the chess world. And especially now where the game is growing and we have so many tournaments, so many different formats, and so many players, by the way. I think every time I'm taking the Parisian metro, I see people playing, and every time I'm tempted, to say, like if I may, it's like I'm not sure, but so you especially at this moment where everyone contributes to the game. I think it's one of the most interesting times. Yes.
Exactly.
So let's update our games. The second round has just started. So we have Antoinetta Stefanova who is playing on the third board. So this is the Nimzo with Bishop B4 and Bishop D2.
Which board do you wish?
I'm trying to understand whose game was this, but maybe I know that Pauline Guichard likes this variation. Was this the board of Pauline
Now
Guichard?
we have first board, but
No,
switch
but
it.
let me just check if this was the game because
It's
uh,
third board.
no, I
Which
wanted
one?
to know who played Bishop D2.
Bishop.
No, it was Marlies.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Can I see? Can I please?
Yes, this
Oh,
was
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay, but let's switch us to the first board. Alexandra Kostyniuk is facing the young Ukrainian player, Elizaveta Hrebenshikova. Do you have the moves already? Yes.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Alapin, no?
Alapin.
Yes.
We can call it like isolate pawn. The only thing can I say we have this weak pawn. So the most important thing is block at this pawn, and then you exchange your minor piece with black if you want some solid position with black. And for white, it's better you keep all your pieces. You don't exchange, and you prepare some attacking king side. This is the main idea.
Yes, and the thing is that I'm a bit puzzled. Like I haven't seen a lot of games with this knight on c4, so I wanted to ask you, Amir,
Yes.
like, is this the latest trend? Let me just check a few games, but after d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6. So Alexandra played knight f3 immediately, and then Queen d8 was played, and I just wanted to understand because I am familiar with the plan with knight c2. So what I wanted to see, knight c4 is actually the second move. Yes, knight c6.
Yeah, is you clear d5 square in case for knight d5 if imagine she wants to play bishop f4 knight b5, then you have knight a6 and you have a tempo by playing a6 to attack the knight on b5.
Yes, the thing is, of course, that the queen on d5 anyway is a very like easy target, especially after cd before knight b5 is knight c7. But here, actually, after like the knight a3, knight c4, knight c6, I thought that maybe you are also trying to control the e5 square, and it's actually the first move. But bishop e3 is a very interesting continuation. Let me see. Was played in a few.
So I think bishop
yes.
e3 is for the idea exchange the queen to keep 3 pawns, majority pawns in queen side, isn't it? Maybe is something like that. You maybe even with queen or bishop, okay, just you keep 3 pawns and yeah.
Of course,
Maybe
but I think that black reacted very well. She played knight d5.
knight d5.
So this idea you have in the French, you know, when you're playing with the knight of 6, and if you play c3, bishop in e3, white plays knight d5. Sometimes you retreat the bishop, bishop d2, but here Alexander played bishop d3, which shows a very original opening concept, because I think that if black plays knight e3, white simply wants to play, let's see, yes, knight e3, f takes c3, then you're opening the f file. Look at this bishop, knight g5 maybe at some point. And what do you
Is it
think about
possible
it?
you check if we can change by engine? Because I before I check this position, not
Yes.
exactly. I mean, this is structure. Bishop e7, even castle, maybe is quite solid for black. Is it or not?
Let me check, because
Yeah,
like
please.
I'm not, it's a very interesting setup, and I know that in a long term, having this dark square bishop and against this pawn structure, if you will not be able to play e4, e5 comfortably, you are not losing the d4, then black is even better. But I need to check, let me check it in the game. So
No
bishop
problem.
d3, knight d3, f3. You know, the computer says that bishop b7 is the best move.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't have something very powerful. I'm just, and then I cannot believe sometimes he even suggests that you're not castling, but you're playing rook f1.
Rook f1.
This is, oh, okay, this
So
is,
it's for long castle, you mean?
yes,
Maybe.
maybe then you are keeping queen on e2
The,
or c2, and then you're
the
castling.
problem, Bishop, how we save this problem, how we solve this problem by with this bishop on c8. And what is the continuation for black?
You know, the thing is that this position doesn't have the standard approach. We cannot play it by hand. This, I mean, you cannot just make a few moves and you think you're fine. You have to be very accurate with your candidate moves, because now I can see that the computer changed its opinion, even takes on c5, which I find very strange, because a human will never make this move. So
because we love, all of us, we love when pawns are like that. d4, e3, c3, and if we
Yes.
have open line on f.
I personally, I think I would never make this move, rook f1, and I played a few structures like this. I like this move queen c2, because first of all, yes, it's softening the h7 pawn. You can no longer castle, and I'm preparing the long castle. So I'm not sure how to play this position, because I don't have, first of all, the necessary expertise. I have not studied it, but I would, like, naturally, intuitively, I would make the move queen c2. Rook f1, d takes c5, like they will not even come into consideration, especially in a rapid game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Sometimes when I give lesson, I say queen c2 when we're weakening this diagonal, and then we do another battery. We go there and queen is
Yes.
coming here.
You're absolutely
Beautiful, yeah.
right. Yes, but let's have a look what happened in the game.
Yes. D take, D take.
Alexandra actually did take on c5, so I think she knows that she castled at the same time. So let's have a look. What if knight e3 here?
Knight?
Knight e3. I will take the bishop on e3.
Ah, knight
Yes.
a3. Okay.
So what if knight e3? You can no longer take here with the f pawn. So you have
Pawn
to
is
take
very
knight
bad
e3.
pawn structure for sure.
And
So
then
knight,
bishop c5.
I don't see any problem for black. Then you can play b6 bishop
Your
b7.
problem is the bishop on c8, of course.
Only problem maybe because we have bishop pair now, and
It's a strange French, yes?
yeah, I don't like e5 because then you lose
The light
this.
squares,
Yeah.
it's
So,
important to control them.
what do you think you like? You prefer black?
Like, I know how methodical
Maybe
Alexandra is when she's
your
preparing.
move,
So,
maybe
yes.
your move.
And then maybe h4, h5. Yes, if you play g6, I need
Just
to weaken the
I
king.
cannot. I'm not sure, but even sometimes g6, rook here, and bishop going here. To g7, because if you play g6 and you have your bishop on g7, there's no problem. So
It's like every day we're faced with a new like opening even perspective. Yes, like I would never even guessed that like this move d takes c5 is possible here. So it's a very interesting opening, and actually like knight a3 I think was played and f takes c3 was played.
f take.
Yes. Bishop
Unusual
f5.
move,
Yes, and knight d4. So white's idea is actually to occupy those central squares with the knights. You don't want to play e5 here, and now the queen is going to h5. You see?
Yeah, it's some not this not typical idea. Is something just you have this idea because of uh, the bishop and rook on a8, c8. They're not developed, so you have some activity for your pieces, so you manage uh, some attack. But
I mean, queen h5, first of all, wins the piece.
yeah,
Yes, now. So
yeah,
just let's show it.
yeah.
If you make a bishop d7 move, yes, you're losing a piece immediately.
So
Black is facing their first serious threat in the game. Yes, so you need to parry this threat.
what do you think of maybe bishop e7? Logical move.
And why not g6, by the way? Because we wanted to to deal with these threats as g6.
Yeah, but I think if you play bishop e7 and then after you can win a tempo, so it could be useful. Uh, and then you will decide to play g6 or not.
Okay, but then, Amir, I thought I'm actually trying to understand. Like what players did at home, we are trying to understand, and we have only a few minutes and seconds. So I thought maybe White's idea is
Bishop e4, you mean?
to spoil the structure. No,
h4. Oh,
no, I thought maybe knight e5 and then queen h5. Maybe we can sacrifice something on f7.
Oh, you mean now you want to take it?
Yes.
Now you want to take it.
Yes.
For example, okay, just we show this and then bishop take. Something like that.
Yes, maybe if it's winning, I can see a draw for the moment.
Yeah.
But you can also play king f8, knight g6, king e8. This is a crazy line. No, I thought, but how about simply queen h5?
Oh, yeah.
Because now the knight is protecting, and I can sacrifice on g6 also.
And please show us after f5. You're gonna play bishop c4. What do you play?
Bishop c4. I actually like this move.
Queen d6 then.
Queen d6 and maybe rook d1. We start with rook d1. You don't have
Just
queen d6. Then I think I have this. Yes.
yeah, just I show something is doesn't work, but it could be interesting. Instead, rook a d1. Yeah, and rook take f5 is doesn't
Yes.
work because rook take
Yes.
f5. But
We
e
know,
take
yes.
e take bishop check and knight G6 mate.
Yes, but maybe
Rook take F5, please. Yeah. No,
yes.
you don't do that. Yeah. Just
Okay, let's say that this position is very interesting, and there are a lot of tactical motives that I think Alexandra can explore, we can explore, and
and
it's a very promising
and
position.
I didn't find any answer for your move. Rook A D1 is very interesting. All your pieces are extremely active, and I don't see any defense for black. Please.
Think is maybe Queen C7, but here we need an
Knight,
intermediate
knight
move.
D7, is it? But no,
No,
not
knight
possible
D7,
because
maybe it's
bishop take rook take
too much.
F7.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was thinking
it's too
actually,
much. It's
I
too much.
was thinking about,
If I sacrifice like that, it's because it's not mine. Just
but I was thinking about this.
you take it, rook take maybe.
Yes, so I didn't know.
Oh, queen check,
Yes, so
F7.
so do we have something here?
Oh my God.
And then, okay, the bishop is protecting, so we need a move here. Are
And
we?
rook D7.
Yes, are we winning here? That's what I thought. I'm trying to
No.
calculate. I'm trying to calculate this.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
you're probably forced to enter into this
No,
endgame.
rook E8 mate.
Okay, I forced. Yes, you're absolutely right. You
Yeah.
see, I was going.
Yeah.
It's like Soviet chess. I'm going for a perfect endgame, but
No, you trust your opponent.
yes.
Say no.
But what are you doing here?
No, nothing.
This is you're
Nothing.
losing. Yes.
No, but queen B6 instead queen
Okay.
E5, maybe queen here. Queen
Yes.
rook
How?
D7.
How?
Queen B6 now.
Queen
For
B6
check.
here.
Maybe knight C4.
Wait a second. I want to win.
You want to take like Viciano, you take everything and you calculate.
No,
Well,
no. I know how to continue. I need to give check. Maybe this and take here. So I'm
Rook
threatening
G8.
mate, rook G8, and
Queen
then
takes.
queen G6. Okay, so we are on
You're
fire.
great.
Yes, we are on
I
fire.
abandon.
Okay, let's move to our second board. Nina Batsiashvili is playing against the German player. We haven't seen a lot of games yesterday of Lara Schulze. So Lara Schulze is playing with the white pieces. This is the position on the board.
I think so.
It can be. Etienne, can we have a camera on the second board because it can be only 11 moves played. Otherwise, it is such a surprise for a rapid event. I think we should have a few moves on the board. Bishop G4 and knight E3. Yes, we only have 11 moves.
How is
Yes.
possible? Oh yeah.
Yes.
8 minutes. 10
Yes,
minutes.
this
Okay.
is it. So only 11 moves have been played. I thought that we already getting getting closer to the end of the round because all of the variations.
It's
But
interesting.
here with this Spanish with knight c3, like I think that Nino reacted very well. She played b5, bishop b3, bishop c5, putting the bishop on a very active position. And then the idea in this variation with the knight on c3 that you quickly jump to d5. That's what happened actually in the game. But then after a very precise play where Nino played d6 and after d3 then h6, White decided actually to keep this knight, and on the 11th move now she played knight e3, and as you can see this puzzled Nino because normally after bishop g4 you would expect h3. Yes, this is what happened.
Exactly.
I actually think that this was a very good move here. Yes, h3. So what do you do here?
I prefer H3. H3 was good.
But then knight e3 was played in the game, and Nino simply retreated the bishop. And this is a classical idea. You want to trade the light square bishop. It's an Italian where the knight is on e3 instead of being maybe on f1 and knight d2, rook e1, and knight f1. So
I remember when I was very young and my coach show me for first time, this idea, h3, knight h2, queen f3, and knight g4, I was excited. I love it, because you're going to play for white square and you want dominated, the knight on f6. It's interesting.
But now d4, and I think that Lara just played it. So you see, now you play d4 with the tempo. You have to take on b3 because otherwise you lose one of your minor pieces, e6. Maybe let's also just show it, just in case if we have our players who are less experienced. This is the perfect demonstration that d4 is a powerful move because then you can simply win a piece. Bishop b3, a takes b3. But look at this pawn on a6.
And now
We take it.
maybe knight take e4, knight d5 you're gonna play.
Yes, there are a few possibilities. So we can take on a6. We can take on maybe e5. We can play knight f5. So,
Knight f5, rook e1, even,
but what would be your choice here? Knight f5. What do you
castle.
need to castle? Yes.
Yeah, castle, and then maybe you defend your pawn on e4, rook e8 normally, because you're gonna attack and you won't force him to play d5, because d5 you're gonna take some space, but in the same time this is not good move because you activate this bishop. So rook e8, and now you're
To be
threatening.
honest,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I mean,
please.
the only thing
Yeah.
that I wanted to do here is to do something like
Yeah,
this,
of course.
but I'm not sure if it works because I wanted to play this. Yes. So your idea.
Your knight h7 maybe.
Yes, and then queen
Yeah.
f6. Yes.
Yes.
So, but then knight h7. Maybe I can give check.
Check.
Then where do you go?
Oh,
King
that's
f8. Yes.
question. Yes.
So maybe we can continue to throw some wood into the fire, something like this. But actually, maybe it doesn't work, but there is another.
Beautiful, typical.
Yes, typical sacrifice.
Sacrifice, yeah.
But we have in the game rook a6, you know? Here I think that
played rook
they played
e6.
rook a6 and e d4.
Beautiful.
So it's
Now knight f5 maybe.
knight f5 here, yes?
Yeah, knight f5 or.
But the thing is, you grab the pawn on a6, so you captured it, and then normally, let's say you take on a6, you can take on a4, but I really doubt that black can take on e4 at any moment. Let's say we play something like this.
But since we exchanged the bishop on b3, so is less dangerous for black, because if it was the bishop there, sometime bishop d5 or some surprises. But now, anyway, I think is complicated.
But I still think that black cannot
You
take
cannot.
this pawn. So you have queen g4, you have
Queen
knight
g4, yeah.
f5, rook e1.
Huge
So,
attack.
so I think the best in this variation is this and castle, and then hope for the best, because these pawns are doubled, but I am not sure. It's like knight f5 is still coming. You can, maybe you can even play f3.
f3, beautiful idea. c5.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Oh,
then
g5.
yeah, even okay, maybe even okay. I didn't. I wanted
You
to
wanted to take
let
on?
you. Yeah.
Maybe also.
No,
you
no.
can-
Even I wanted maybe you take it. I mean, instead
you
f5,
want,
knight f5,
but knight f5, I was afraid maybe there are some
Okay.
crazy
bishop
moves.
f4. I mean,
Yes.
you
Bishop before as well.
yeah.
Yes. So
Pawn take d4, please. Pawn take d4 and bishop f4, something like that maybe. Now your idea, queen d2 and bishop take maybe.
But so you see that this position, it looks
it's
very dangerous for
very
black,
rich.
and yes, rich in ideas. Okay, so maybe let's go to the third board where we have Antonetta Stefanova, who is
Which one?
a third board.
Third.
Yes, yes. I already put it. Yes. So another. I wanted to say Catalan, but I was not sure. Yes, how did this game started? Yes, it was more of a symmetrical Grunfeld, because black played also knight f6 g6 when white started with knight f3 g3, and the symmetrical Grunfeld, it's because the bishop is developed on g7, and then let's say here, just to understand, it didn't become symmetrical. So if you take here, then it would be, yes. But Antoinetta decided to keep the pawn on c6. So she played a4.
I had a game against Grandmaster, French Grandmaster Marzolo. It was something like that. And here
95.
at 95, I like it because you thumped a tempo up, so all your pieces are active, so it could be interesting. Yeah, and so
But the game continued actually in a very similar way. Let's say you're using the idea, because when Antoinetta played a4, black immediately played knight e4. So you're fighting for those squares in this line, e5 or e4. So queen b3, queen b6. Antoinetta played queen a3. She didn't want to trade queens. Then here, black captured the pawn on c4, queen e7, bishop b6.
it's interesting idea, the idea that Stefanova played, because as you see, queen is out of the game. We exchanged the bishop on g7, so since the bishops exchange, now king is weak, so we're gonna play for black square and these weaknesses.
But I also wanted to say, Amir, that in order to, I think white is better, yes, but once again, it's very like easy to lose the thread of the game. So let's say white will be able to finish the development and to play e4. This is it for black. So black's strategic idea is actually to try to have this grip on e4 forever. Yes, you need to cement those pieces, because once I will play e4, everything will collapse. Yes. So that's why I was thinking that Antoinetta like also will try to play e4 at some point, and she's playing knight e5 maybe with the same idea.
Just Almira, if we give some tempo to black, maybe rook coming to e8 and then
F5,
f5, and
yes.
then black is completely okay. So we should hurry on and
She's challenging immediately the knight on
yes,
e4 after this move knight e5,
exactly.
of course. So, and what are you supposed to do here?
Now is
Do we have a move? I think knight e5 is on
because
the
your
board.
idea f3 e4 is really the first threat. Yeah, it's
So knight e5 is on the board, and
okay. Knight c5 because there is nothing. I don't see anything.
no, I think you see live position.
No.
It's not the live position.
Yes, it's live position,
Okay.
but I
And
don't see anything. Yeah, just knight c5 you can play.
knight c5, it was played already. So, but now Antoinette can develop her knight. She can finish the development knight c3.
Knight
Yes.
c3 and bring it to the king side.
Yes, because you also have this alternative, interesting alternative to play knight d2, and you want to play rook c1 and to take on c4.
Or maybe e4 f4 or so. Yeah.
e4, f4 as well. But what I wanted to show that maybe knight d2
d2
can also be met with c3. That's why it's important also to maybe to keep this knight here and then e4 and f4. You don't really care about this pawn. Yes, this pawn is tangling all the black pieces.
Yeah, is I call it spy pawn. It's good for white to have this pawn because queen is out of play because of this pawn. You know, so it's not really good pawn for black.
Yes, and knight c3 takes away this last square. Queen b5, you cannot play b5.
It was a bad gift for black.
Yes. So bishop e6, Antoinetta played e4 first, bishop e6. Maybe she wants to play f4 immediately, but I would secure her.
She played
Yes, e4, bishop e6, and then
now f4 we met with knight d3 maybe now.
Is it? But why not knight c3?
Knight c3.
You don't want to make my move.
No. Knight c3 is great. Just I was thinking that f4 After f4, blacks plays knight d3.
Mm-hmm.
After f4, I mean.
But maybe that's why it was
Oh,
clever to
yeah.
play knight c3 first. You delay this move knight d3 by one tempo. Yes, so but Antoinetta actually preferred to be very aggressive and she played f4. And her idea is like a very simple one: f5, f6, and maybe queen h6, rook h4, and you are mating your opponent.
And
Yes.
it's magical when you play rapid games or blitz game, when you have to choice, better you attack. Maybe that's why she attacks, by playing f4.
Okay, so let's have a quick look on our fourth board. I think that um, Bella Khotanashvili is playing with the white pieces, and I was actually a bit puzzled by this pawn on c3. And also black played c4
Hopefully there
at
is
some
not any
point.
pawn on e5, then the
Well,
bishop was.
yes, Bella is actually playing the King's Indian with the reversed colors. It means she's playing like black, but with the tempo up. But at the same time, I think her young opponent, Maria Manko, reacted very well. And this pawn on c3, is restricting all white's pieces and the movement. So a5, wow, I think that Maria is playing very well. f5, and what do you do with like your bishop on c1? The knight will come on b4, maybe six. This will be such a nice outpost, and if you will play bishop a3, I will always have the possibility of playing bishop f8.
Yes, how we can explode this defense? How? Queen, okay, queen e1, but okay, and then g4, maybe queen g3.
No, I think she wants to play Bella knight b4, queen f2. First of all, how do you protect? Yes?
Knight b4, yeah.
Yes, after knight b4, what do you do?
Yeah, is intermediate move, prophylactic move. Okay, rook
I
f2.
didn't understand the move.
Queen f2 maybe, no?
Yes, queen, but I didn't understand this move rook b8 also, because very often I will be able
Yeah,
to
rook
play
b8
bishop
is not
b4.
logical. Yeah,
Yes.
it's not logical.
It was a bit strange. Okay, so maybe let's have a look before Badana launches a mating attack, what happened in her game. And look at this. Badana has a wonderful like positional grip, and her opponent is actually trying to mate her. Because look at those
It's very
pawns,
dangerous.
h3, f3. So what do you think,
I
Amir?
played such a this position with black, and I lost 2, 3 games like that when
Yes.
I was very young. It's very difficult to play because you have bishop pair, g2, and it's in Nimzo Indian sometimes rook here and coming here. You play g4, rook a2, rook g2. I don't know which system they play, but I prefer white when it's really.
Amir, I'm so sorry, but I think that Bodana just blundered because she played knight h7, like
Queen
feeling
yeah.
the pressure, but now queen takes and I can take the
d5.
e5, yes?
d5,
Or she decided to sacrifice this pawn in order to have, like, to
reduce that.
reduce, yes, white's attack and maybe to have some counterplay in the endgame.
But it's very difficult to find some counterplay now because bishop pair, pawn up, and there is nothing.
So knight d5 and what to, and even knight c7 is a threat.
Knight c7.
Maybe Bodana simply forgot that after knight d5 she needs to deal with too many threats. So knight e6, she protects the against the fork. So how should we continue here?
Bishop e3 now we have or no?
Yes, you can play bishop b3, but then maybe I can play rook d8.
Rook
Yes?
a d8.
Yes. But let's show it on the board.
Yes.
Yes. Bishop
So-
e3 because
of
maybe knight d4 is not a threat because I can still play knight c7. So, but here rook a d8. Maybe this will
But
work.
think of f4.
I like it,
attack,
f4.
If he takes, okay,
No,
because
knight
of
c7,
knight
yes.
c7. So she
Knight
cannot take
f4
it,
and
and then he
f5,
want to play.
yes.
Yeah, f4.
So if I play rook d8 after f4, what do you do?
Rook
like AD8.
Rook A8, I take and F5,
Okay, so yes.
and then F5.
Mm.
Okay, rook take D4, and then I take maybe, yeah, I take it, and just this line, check, and then mate. Yeah. So,
Oh, F4, I think, is a very powerful idea here, yes? Because
bishop,
bishop B3, you're losing a valuable tempo, yes? So maybe this was the line that Bodana missed, because I think she was counting on something natural, like bishop
it's
B3.
difficult to find in rapid game, is
Rook
rook
E1, another move, but then, but why can't I play rook D8 here after rook E1? Bishop G6 is maybe a threat, yes? Yes, I think bishop G6 is a threat, yes? So
bishop
you can
G6.
take twice on G6 and then on E6. What do you think?
Interesting.
Because that was my idea. Or maybe you can first take on E7, then, no, then rook takes, yes. Maybe it doesn't work. Can we try it on our board? It's because I think that
Which
it doesn't
board?
work for us. It's Badana. It's this position. This position. So rook E1 was played, but maybe it doesn't work. Yes, bishop G6
Bishop G6.
after rook D8.
Okay.
No.
After rook D8.
Yes, because you play king F7 and then you lose. Yes,
rook G5 you win. I mean, if you take it,
Yes.
rook take, you mean, yeah?
No, I take on G6.
You take on G6?
Yes, I take on
check,
G6, king
king
F7.
F7.
And
Okay.
even if you take rook E6, then I lose the knight on D5.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work. No. So what do you do on rook D8?
Okay. Rook D8. I think rook E1 was not the best. So now is maybe we find some compensation. What we can do? Take the.
So maybe the knights can start dancing.
Yeah. Oh, I was
Yes.
thinking of this move. What do you think? Bishop C4, because you cannot take it because of the bishop there. And now maybe something like take, you play for this diagonal.
Take.
Yeah.
And maybe knight G8, then you can take on E7 and bishop G5, by the way.
Some practical idea.
Yes.
Imagine next move, maybe B6 and knight here. If you take, you have some idea here, with this.
Amir, I wanted to show that
Please.
Here, because the most natural move after bishop, after bishop C4, I thought, okay, I need to overprotect everything, so this. But I think this doesn't work because
D5.
no, D5, maybe also bishop G5, yes, so this is the threat, yes, also after bishop C4. G5, maybe I thought bishop, you have rook C7 and attacking on C4. Yes, G5, rook C7.
Okay, you
You have
take
E7. Okay,
yeah.
this is also winning, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Difficult to defend this position
Yeah.
for black, yeah.
Okay, so let's move to maybe to our first board because I think that things are heating up. And look at this position now. Alexander Kostyanyuk has one healthy extra pawn. The queen on D6.
An important two-passed pawn, is, and now.
And you can always support, yes, this pawn on B5. You can play C4.
Yeah.
Yes, because this bishop on D3 is a monster. So queen C5 was the last move. And
you're going to play H4 maybe next move, H4, to destroy black defense on king side.
But maybe queen C5, rook C5. Yes, that's your idea.
Yeah.
And then rook E5 attacking. So okay, that's what I wanted to show. Then queen C5, rook C5. So you're attacking on E5 and E3, C3. So, but then if I simply play something like rook B1, okay, if I don't, you cannot take here, yes, because I have this. So
Take e5.
rook takes c5, but then
No, bishop
and you
c6.
have bishop c6. Okay. So we need to prevent this line. So white is still thinking, but what happened? Let's have the current position. Actually, Alexandra didn't take, but she played king h1, and then after bishop b5, bishop b5, yes, and queen e6 was played.
Now it's clear that you're winning because.
But how are you winning? Can I take on c3?
Oh, rook takes c3.
And you can take back because queen f1 mate, yes, and maybe this move is going to save the day.
Yeah.
Elizaveta is still thinking. So after rook c3, maybe Alexandra needs, and this is it. This move is on the board. You can
miss it. Yeah.
You can't give a check, but you have this powerful passer on e5.
Yeah.
So she needs to readjust herself to a new situation.
Difficult.
Yes,
difficult.
h3. That's the only move. Okay, you need to make a luft. So after h3, what do? You take on f3, by the way.
King g7 then. Yeah. Rook take, king g7. The only maybe you have to activate your rook on f7.
Yes, so
Yeah,
rook f3, rook
normally
f3.
take, king g7.
Maybe you still have some practical chances with white because the pawn on e5 is really very powerful.
And h2, h4 somehow, yeah.
But I thought queen b1 check here.
Queen b1?
Yes.
And then queen g6?
Queen f5 maybe. I wanted to force you.
Okay, this move. Okay,
No,
instead
of king g7. Okay.
More
this and queen f. No, queen f5.
Queen f5. Yes. Okay.
What do you do here?
I offer draw. I offer draw.
Because queen d5 maybe. Yes, queen d5.
Queen
so you keep the pin and you protect. Okay, now. Okay, but
some practical chances, yeah.
Still, king g7 was played, king h2.
They play some.
Get away from checks, and the queen is on c5. Actually, taking away the d5 square. Yes, not easy. Maybe rook d3 now. And rook d3 is on the board because Alexandra needs to activate her rook.
She heard you.
But at the same time, what if I play queen f2? And I want to meet your moves.
To paralyze the rook. Okay.
Yes, to meet your rook move with the perpetual.
Or queen g4 maybe, no?
Queen g4.
Queen g4. An arrow, you clear d6 for your...
Oh, f3. Okay, what an interesting idea.
Oh, f3.
But I think that Alexandra actually wants to play rook d7 here. Of course, she cannot take because then there is a perpetual.
Blunder f3.
Yes, I think that Alexandra will win a pawn here. I think rook d7 is the only move to avoid the draw, yes? But rook d6?
Rook d6.
I want to mate you with queen h6 and rook d8. But it's not mate.
No. Maybe.
No,
maybe f2 check.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
After check, I thought maybe even queen here, maybe.
But let's try your move. Queen rook d7. I like it. Okay. And what am I supposed to do here after rook d7?
Okay, check. Take.
No, I don't want to take. I think that you're winning then everything with
So what do you do? And then I take. If you play queen f8, I take it simply. And
queen f8, then okay, you take. I am close to the e5 pawn.
No, if you take, I take. After check, e7, e6. No. What do you think? I mean, f3 is beautiful, beautiful, but big blunder. but beautiful. You know, you look for beauty, but in same time is a big blunder. Oh, okay.
So we have this position on the board, rook d7.
Queen f5 check.
Yes, and that's what's the problem. So if you take on d7, then yes, you can take this pawn, queen f5,
Uh-huh.
then h7 is going to hang, then I can take.
Amira, you take another pawn, queen here and queen f6 check. Queen f6 and queen h8. You see?
Okay, this geometry,
Check.
yes.
Yeah.
Queen
And then
g5.
check. And if it goes there, maybe check here. And maybe check here even now. No. Okay. Check. You take it. Okay. Then you see.
And you continue, yes, of course. So maybe let's have a closer look. F3 was a beautiful move, but I
Oh,
think
they played same.
yeah, it was a blunder. Because of course you know that you have to look for the perpetual, and we are always tempted to make the most to use the most forced line. Yes, so f3, you think this is it, this is a draw, I defended very well, but this is where the draw slips away.
Exactly.
So Alexandra actually transferred it to a completely winning pawn endgame, because after king g3, king g4, she is going
f4, king
to win.
f5. But what happened?
No, but why not king g4? No,
Like-
f4, king e5, I think it might be a draw.
Yeah.
No. King g4, king e5, and I think that after h6, now maybe you can play f4.
Yes.
Your idea. So you take away
Yes. Now
the square.
it's finished. Yeah.
Yes. No. I think that we need yes to do, to do something here. Apologize.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we have the monitor, which was threatening us
Yeah,
to
it's like
switch off.
yeah.
Okay, so this is a completely winning position after f4. We have Antoinetta Stefanova, who destroyed her opponent, by the way. Amir.
Yes.
Yes, Antoinetta, she launched this deadly attack with f4, f5. She just gave everything. I think that here we can
We
yes,
switch to
switch
which board?
to Antoinetta is number 3, just because this, you see, this is the mate on the board. Bella Hotinashvili is actually doing much better now. So queen d4, yes. Well, we can still play queen f6. She is winning. But Dana, by the way, looks like she defended very well. Look at this.
Trunch?
Yeah, it's a very easy, yes, endgame to defend. Then how is Eileen Roberts doing? She was playing with the white pieces against Inga Sharkarashvili, and well, she will not win this game for sure, because the bishop is controlling the h1 square, and the knight cannot do much here. Deimante Dailita Cornet defeated her fellow compatriot Nino Maisuradze. Yes, let's just... Then we still have the game in progress between Atarik Katilina and Alexandra Lach. So what do you think? Ekaterina Atalik is a very positional player. So here she completely outplayed her opponent. Yes, you have this powerful pawn on c6, the bishop on f3.
Maybe now if we can play bishop d5, e4. Okay, e4.
But look at this, Keti Tsatsarashvili defeated Mary Arabidze. No, I think it's the other way around. It's Mary Arabidze defeated Keti Tsatsarashvili because Keti was white. And then Yulia Osmak defeated Kirtadze Anastasia. Maybe let's just show the results. Leila Javahishvili drew.
So,
okay, let's go to another Swedish derby. We have Anna Kramling playing against Ina Agrest in Blitz. If I remember correctly, Ina won, but I think that here there is nothing more than a perpetual for
Yeah,
white. It's,
interesting.
so Anna started with a draw against her mom. She's playing against the Swedish Olympic team.
Yes.
Now she's playing against Ina Agrest, a very strong player. So she is holding her own, and this is a perpetual because you cannot improve this position.
Yeah.
Yes, so and then we have Olga Zimina who is playing against Kesariam Giladze, the young Georgian player on the 15, the board number 15. So what do you think? I mean, here let's count the pounds. Yes,
Yes. First.
but there is a rook, you know. So
There is a rook.
Bishop
No, maybe
H4.
knight e4 now, immediately. You know, you knight e4.
No, but look at this knight on
Oh,
H6. You know.
black to play.
Yes,
Yeah, knight e4. Then,
Rook G2 and knight E4 attacking on
yeah,
E7.
knight g8, bishop here. You know, you paralyze the knight, and then h4. Maybe
With the
white is
king
better,
on a
but
no,
yeah.
no, but I think that you are much better because the king is so far away from the battlefield.
Yes.
It's sitting in the chapitel, you know, so
Yes.
and watching.
So knight here, you okay?
Yes, I like this
Okay.
move. Nice.
So
How do you
knight g8 is
Yeah.
the only move.
only move? And
Okay. And now you agree with this move. No?
I like this move. However, I don't think that black is going to play rook G7, no? Because the rook is going to be out of play after
Yeah, if
bishop
yeah,
G5
but
and H4.
just I think that um if I play bishop g5, then maybe I have h4 and king going to yeah, maybe it could be interesting just to trap the knight. What do you think?
So interesting, but I was thinking, I was talking about this direct forced lines. If we can win with D6 and E7,
d6.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yes.
d6.
So
It's
D6, King D6. Then, but you're absolutely right. We need to maybe to protect the pawn on H3 first,
yeah,
because
it's
then
it could be a simple winning d6, but at the same time you can give some chances to black. Maybe bishop g5, like what you said.
okay, you know that we still have a very interesting end game in the. Let's get
Yeah.
back to the second watch. Lara Schulze against Nino Vatsiashvili. You see, it seems that White was doing well, but look at this. Like material balance or disbalance, because you need to protect the knight, otherwise you are mated. So bishop e1, and then king
knight
e2,
g2, what happened?
knight where?
g3.
Knight d3, yes, it's already, but why rook g2 was played? I don't know. Like I wanted to attack the knight.
Knight, what happened?
You played rook g2 here,
Yeah,
but if king e4,
okay.
because I thought that we are repeating moves. King e4, king f3. No, here. Of course, with a few seconds, like I can't grasp what is going on here because I wanted first to do this because I wanted you to force to come back. Maybe, you wanted to go
But
here, 91.
even the worst situation, maybe I'll play b4.
Yes, yes, no, this was not possible. So then rook g2 was played. So is this position winning? Are we going to witness the knight and bishop
Yes.
uh, mate or not? But I'm not sure, by the way. It will. How can it get to knight and bishop? How will you advance your pawn? Because if I establish my blockade around the light squares, so if you play b4 now,
No, bishop e1 maybe. No, not b4. I thought maybe here
I wanted to play bishop
e1
e1 and then b4.
Yeah.
But you know, this king on d4 is so powerful. So if you will not be able to activate your own king,
Yeah.
you cannot like get rid of the blockade.
Exactly. Right.
King is a very powerful piece, and it's an important illustration.
Exactly. I think she had to play something like that. And knight here, king. You know, you bring your king to c2, and then you decide. You know, if you have some winning chance, it's like that. I mean,
And that's what Nino is doing. By the way, her idea is to go to a4 and to play rook a5, and this is it. So
Yeah.
this is
It's
it's a very
so
easy idea. Yes, she wants to play king a4. Otherwise, I will take on
this the
b4.
oh okay. Yeah, yeah.
No, no, this is it. I
Yeah.
think that Nino defended perfectly, and even rook b4 is also because if you would defend the d5 pawn, yes, then this is going to be a draw. Okay, so this was the last game of the round. No, I think we no, we still have this game between uh, Olga Zimina and Kesaria Mgiladze. Okay, let's concentrate on this game. It's there. Let's put it on our screen because we have another endgame which features knight, bishop, and pawn. However, this pawn
What happened
being on
today?
the
Oh,
H
so,
line,
same end game.
but you cannot take the pawn. So
Yeah.
here white is winning.
The problem, H8 is black square, so even if you exchange, it will
Oh
give,
my God. So you cannot play H6 because you have rook A7, yes?
yeah.
Oh, no, please put the position on the board. It's board number 15. And we will concentrate on this endgame. So as you can see, Olga Zimina is trying to win, but Kesaria found a very interesting idea. So if you play H6 in this position, yes, because you want to here after rook A6, if you play H6, I simply pin your knight, and then after H7, I have this salvation, yes, and this is a draw.
Yes.
So, no, this was not the game, not rook G7, I think so. Can we get closer? What happened here after king G6?
Normally, I think king F8 and king G8. Yeah, okay.
No,
With
it
this,
was played
yeah.
because it was
Yeah, I was
stalemate,
thinking
yes. So
exactly the same idea, but king F8, king G8, and sacrifice the rook. But it was easier, to give check immediately.
So after king f8, how can we win it? Let's say, can we win it in a simple way?
Because if you go there, again, same idea, and here, check.
Rook g7, but okay, I'm not forced to take it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then it's difficult to find some way to progress.
So what happened? Knight g4
Knight
was
G4.
played. Then king g8, I
King
think your
G8
idea,
again,
yes. Mhm. And then yes, whenever you play king g6, rook g7, throw in the king back, but then we need another square for the knight. How can we bring the knight?
19 seconds for
Yes.
it's
So now rook g7 has to be played. This is it. King h5, and then the rook continues.
it's the same, yeah.
Yes, this like just playing on the seventh rank, but then maybe I can play knight f6 here, and then king g6.
Yeah, it's
Knight f6. King f7. Okay, now this is it. King g6, and you're forcing this
again check.
endgame anyway. No, but you will have to sacrifice. Can we, when you
Yes.
think we need to put the actual position on the board, so this is the position. And rook a5 was played because Olga wanted to play bishop e5.
What do you
Yes,
think?
and
Some
h7.
I'm not sure, but H5.
No,
Then-
h7, I'm
then
afraid
bishop
to
here.
make. No. Yes, I'm afraid to make those moves. Yes, so look, wait a second.
It's
I think that now this is it because
Usually.
what can you do? You cannot keep your rook everywhere. What was played? Rook g5. Because it's still stalemate, but you cannot sacrifice your rook on g7. Or
Yeah.
what was played? Rook e5 or rook g5? And now rook g6. I think
Oh,
this was played.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is the position. But and how about?
Poison. Poison.
But now we
Yeah.
can simply play this. Yes, that was White's idea all the
You
way.
take. You take.
Oh, I
It's not
forgot.
checkmate.
Yes, it's not
You
just.
work.
But then, yes, it's
You-
not mate.
Yeah. It's.
Yes, okay, let's wait a second. Oh my God. You're absolutely right. What am I doing
Oh no
here?
no 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 no! Knight d7 check.
Knight,
And
knight,
checkmate.
knight
Yeah,
of
bravo.
eight.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
we
it's
managed. But what a beautiful idea. You see, like
it's
I
difficult to find.
completely
Yeah,
forgot
like
about rook h6.
exciting.
Yes, it was, but
So
what a study-like move. Because I thought that was Olga's idea. She wanted to play bishop d4,
yeah,
but
give
now with the rook on
heart attack.
g6, yes,
I'll
this.
say like that. Yeah.
We almost had a heart attack. Yes, knight d7,
Check.
check. What a beautiful maze. If Olga Zimina finds this, I don't know. No, no, like, but what do you do after bishop c3?
Oh, you want? Oh,
Yes.
after this, maybe check, and now bishop g7. Checkmate now.
Yes, knight f8 or knight f6.
What you
Yes. So I.
Oh,
Do we have a move? Wait a second. Let's see.
really beautiful. Bravo.
Bishop is on c3.
Bravo, really.
Ah, rook g3 was played and bishop e5. Okay.
Why bishop e5? Oh,
Just
rook.
yes, because
Yeah,
you
because
have
you take it.
yes, you
Take
have
it.
too many
You take
checks.
it.
Yes.
No, you
yes.
take it simply. Take and king h7.
No, no, no. I mean, you have so many checks after bishop e5. So they discovered checks.
So bishop e5.
Yes, it was already played.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think it was bishop e5, rook g5, bishop c3. No, no, no. But wait a second. Are they? No, bishop b2 now.
After rook g5, knight d7 is easy win.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe let's concentrate on the board because on the live board, bishop d4, it's already
I don't understand.
the move
Now it's
93.
finished. Knight d7 check. Knight d7.
Yes, but that's what I told you that with the bishop on e5 we have a lot of discovered checks. Yes, so that's why it was important to play
She played very.
king h7.
Yeah.
But now bishop g7. This is the
Finished.
position that we want, and bishop g7 is on the board. Okay, now black simply cannot avoid knight f6 check, yes, and knight f8 check. So you have to play rook f1, and after knight f6, rook f6, king f6, and free in the square on g8. This is no longer stalemate.
Yes.
And this is, I think, exactly the position that we have on the board. King g8 is played. It's important, of course, yes, to play a few waiting moves like bishop b2 and black resigns.
Fantastic, fantastic. Bravo, bravo.
What a round! Once again, a lot of interesting games.
Beautiful end games.
Beautiful endgames. So let's have a look if we have all the results updated. Yes, we do. So we will show the results on your screen. So Chilibela Kutenashvili won. Bodana made a draw, by the way. Look at this. So Marlies Binsdorf de la Baca made the draw against Narva Mai, one of the favorites of this event. Mary Rabidze won, Osmak Yulia won. Galjoka drew against Lila Javahishvili also. It's not a surprise because Galjoka is such a strong player already. She's representing Hungary and she's playing for the Olympic team. Then Alicia Slivichka won against Monica Kalzeta. Alexandra Maltsevskaya won. Tatiana Dorbosh is representing Monaco.
Yeah, our first.
So yes, the first board. Olga Zimina just won, so Anna Kramling made the draw. And yes, by the way, Matilde Choisy drew against Ina Gaponenko. So let's have a look if we have pairings, and then maybe we will take a small break. No, just the pairings, maybe the ranking. We cannot see it.
It's not.
Yes, okay. Now it's
Uh-huh.
maybe better. Yes, we still have so many players on 2 out of 2. I think it's too early.
It's too early to see
to see who is in great shape in this event. So please stay tuned. We will take a small break. The musical chairs, yes, are turning. Alois Yankovic is going to join me in the studio. Thank you, Amir. But you are coming back.
Yeah, of course, with pleasure.
All the time. So we will be back in a few minutes.
And yeah, I'm back. I'm not Amir. I think that the end will change it very quickly. Almira, you're seated properly. It's a bit cold, right, for
Yes, it's a bit
commentators?
cold in our room, but at the same time, I thought that I am wearing the perfect Monaco outfit, the colors of the national flag. So we have this like official polo, and so I have the red and white
Very good.
until things are solved
Yeah,
in our studio.
let's go to the playing hall because we have the moves. Let's see the action. So first board, Ignaz versus Kostenjuk. This is already super serious. Ignaz, reigning European champion, and I don't know. Maybe you can help me, Almira, how to tell more about Alexandra. So many titles in her CV.
Yes, I think that she's probably the player who has the biggest number of titles in her professional career and individual and team championships combined. So I'm struggling. Only multiple world champions like Zhu Jun or Hu Yifan, they can compete with such chess legacy.
Yeah, it's huge, and we are so happy that she's around, that she plays in all these tournaments. She's very motivated. Theodora, new star of European chess. She was struggling at the European team championship in Batumi, playing first board for Serbia. But then at Global Chess League, she was doing well in some games. Very sharp. She can calculate super well. But it's interesting that also in Global Chess League, that what she has done there, she's playing some like mild openings, but then things are becoming serious. Alexandra is a player who doesn't hesitate to enter some sharp lines, and I'm not surprised now that h5 is on the board. So regarding this opening, knight f3, d5, g3, there is this knight d7, d4 stuff, which is anti-Catalan, but also this knight c6 is sort of invitation for e5 when white transposes to Chigorin. I remember, and probably you share the opinion, Almira, that Morozevich did really fantastic and fabulous stuff in that opening, and it was sort of abandoned, this Chigorin stuff, but I recall some memorable games how he was holding that opening on super top level. Bishop f5, the idea, knight b4. Now black wants to get rid of this knight because usually the pawn should go on c5, and this way knight is on the way, so white is using this fact. But then after knight a3 came this knight c6, threatening to take. That's why white repeated, they repeated, and then came this knight e1, c3, and knight went to d3. I'm using this chance to tell you a little bit more about the concept. When your opponent has fianchetto and the knight is not on f3, same goes with opposite colors, then always h5, h4, famous alpha zero push is on the menu. So in Greenfield, it happens very often, so try to remember when there is no knight on f3, then h4, h5, h4. Even if you're dropping the pawn, actually you're ruining your opponent's structure, so this is always an option. And here, white stopped it with h4, but then came a5. I don't know, Almira, how to explain to maybe some beginners that black is playing h5 and then f5, and we were taught that you should fight for the center, you should finish your development, and suddenly we are getting those moves on the side.
But maybe the easiest way also to explain those concepts is whenever there is no tension in the center. So, and you cannot see for the moment that white is going to play e4, you need to prepare this move. So either c4 or e4, and black is not going to play c5 or e5. So then we start to engage in those maneuvers. Yes, h5, h4, we got the g4 square and g5 square. a5 was actually countering b4, maybe at some point. Then a4 didn't allow black to advance even more, so to get more space on a4, maybe knight a5, playing against the c4 square. But then the problem is this knight on c6. Yes, we started with a very interesting opening concept, but then you will have to improve this piece.
Yeah, they were commenting this, that this also happens in Philidor, that black is playing when the knight is on c3 and there is pawn on c6. So this knight is dominated by the pawn, and that's why it should be rerouted and then to come with c5. But here, if you go c5, I think it's very important to explain to our dear viewers that pawns, they don't go backwards, and there is a difference. If the pawn was on a7, then say c5 is perfectly sound. But with the pawn on a5, when you play c5, you will have this hole. And once again, when you have knights, you need to find outposts. You need to have squares. How you can get it? On weaker level, you get it for free. People just push pawns and then leave holes behind. On higher level, you're provoking it, either by your own push or by some strategical stuff.
Or sometimes you're stretching the position from one side and on the other side. But here, Alexander actually just played knight e4, and I was thinking while you were explaining the positions. So when you played h5, are you castling? So can you castle actually? Then should you play castle and then bishop g6, something like this?
That was a great point, because there are some players who are intimidated when there is no castle, either long or short. To play with the king in the center, it's not something which some people are fond of. I was playing this with the black pieces in Sicilian. Sometimes in Sicilian, you stay with your king, especially in Rouser. Sometimes you stay with the king in the and then you stay in the center because structure is ruined. But it's not so pleasant. Why? Because you know, if your opponent opens the position, and usually we tend to open central lines, your king will be under heavy fire. This is something which actually immediately, I would say, like sharpen your senses. When you're having a king in the center, you're already on alert, and you are maybe sometimes in the mode of fighting mode, and then you're using your chances better.
To be honest, I also think that it maybe forces you to be more creative. And creativity is, I think, something that we value very much, and this is when then this unusual type of positions forces us to be creative and forces us to find even more unusual ideas, to stay in the game, to fight for the center. Because now, for example, I was thinking, what is white supposed to do here? Should we take on e4? Should we play f3? Yes, and then e4. So what would be your option?
Yeah, what you said, after f3, black can move the bishop, let's say, somewhere, and then after e4, it doesn't mean that white has won the game, because white also leaves some holes behind. So this is an option. Sometimes it's also option to get rid of the bishop, and then
queen d3.
Yeah, and then white can decide either to control the center, but queen d3 sounds like a little bit more logical. And then maybe black just to play some even g6, play the bishop on f6 and trying to hold as well.
Here, that was my crazy idea. How about this?
That's an option.
Because, of course, it looks risky, because
Maybe
if you play bishop g5, then everything works for me, yes, and then I can castle. So you cannot play bishop g5 here. But then what move
f4,
is to be
f5
preferred?
probably.
F4,
f5, then
f5.
white is using this chance, as we said, not leaving the queen from the d8 square, but staying there, and then f5 coming. So I don't know, bishop somewhere, f5, and it's a bit unpleasant. It's a bit unpleasant. And this is this eternal fight of timing. Who is first to start asking questions?
Yes, the 4-5 is a very important inclusion. Yes.
So we are here in this position, and still after bishop e4, white is thinking, Theodora is thinking, Alexander is a little bit ahead on the clock.
Maybe let's move to the second board.
Yeah,
yes,
but this game is good, and I think it's very instructive for our viewers to explain how things are developing in chess, and you might use this knowledge for your games to plan.
Maybe if I can add also one small thing, very often when we have this preference for the forced lines, yes, we've studied everything, the computer is giving us some lines, what is the best move? This is the type of position where you can rarely force things. So you also need to know how to navigate those positions and what is your long-term plan. And sometimes, okay, we saw that g5, like bishop g5 doesn't work because you cannot just force things. So you g6 and maybe consolidate the position.
Yeah, we were and we are always asked, what do you do in chess? How do you train in chess? Some people can ask. But the point is that you learn about structures. You see ideas. You see different profile of the games in the same or similar structure. Maybe, as I mentioned, white can push f3, but then black can get rid of the bishop, but black can hold. And you see how things are developing. So you are developing your own patterns. You're learning the structures. And of course, opening knowledge is very important. But if you don't have this experience to see and to have a knowledge about how the things were developed in some games, then it's harder to play because, believe me, and I think this is instructive for young students, you will always be at some point on your own and you will be surprised in chess. You cannot, with theory knowledge, you cannot cover, and that cannot be your shelter forever. You can maybe at some games hide and just liquidate all the things you have it in your notebook. But in general, in chess, you will be on your own. In many situations. So it's very important to develop this general knowledge of the structures.
And Aloysia, look at this position. We were talking about the opening knowledge, and this is one of the positions that like I haven't seen yet because like I haven't studied this line. And white sacrificed a pawn. It was maybe a delayed gambit, not immediately, but then there was something sacrificed on d4. And look at this, rook d1 was the last move. So white is simply playing.
Let's make some intro about this game, Almira. So hopefully we have them on the camera. Etienne is fast and furious. So we have Ignaz and Kostenyuk, high level game. Both players, it's like already getting into some details. Here we also have some kind of psychological fight. Martin Garcia, a little bit underrated in sort of regarding her CV. She cannot come into the same sentence with Antonetta Stefanova, but she's a strong player. At the same time, we have Antonetta. Her peak is way behind her. So she was super strong. I believe that you played many games, 2600 player. And these days she cannot focus on her openings. She's playing, but not as much as often as before. She's involved in some women chess activities. So what's the problem now? She wants to avoid things. And by avoiding things, she's spending a lot of time choosing some off-bet lines, which is tricky. In her prime, she would come up with some, I don't know, open Spanish, or here, for example, in bishop c4 in Italian game, she would play all the main things, and she wouldn't burn so much time. These days, you're always afraid, I cannot recall the moves there, I haven't looked this for like 15 years, and now it's sort of psychological issue. But if she comes out of the opening with a normal position, she can show you her class, right? But now she's struggling to get away from the opening.
But the thing is here what I wanted to say, because Antonetta played this, knight e4, yes? Because I was, like everyone plays d5.
So she wants to avoid.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So she went for a different line, for a sideline, so knight e4 was played. But then I think that her opponent was actually very well prepared. Yes, c3. So you see, it's a thematical sacrifice here. Antonetta played knight e6. So nevertheless, white took on d4 twice, then queen e4, gaining another tempo and centralizing the queen. Very often you will have this coming with tempo. Then knight e6 was played, castle, d6. Then a very natural move, rook d1. What I'm afraid of is white is having 11 minutes. Antoinette is down to her 7 minutes, and she still didn't solve her opening problems. Yes, after knight c3 castle.
Okay, white has really splendid position, but with some exchanges and the black's development, this can also evaporate. So let's now think from white's perspective. How do you now build the attack? Do you push some h4? Do you go bishop d3? Do you like lift your rook somehow? How do you proceed with the attack?
Well, I wanted to play bishop d3 because you are forcing black to play g6.
G6.
I'm not sure if it's useful.
Now bishop h6, like a normal move, some rook e8.
But then rook e8 maybe it's better there on e8.
Is it now some chance with knight d5 or bishop c4 going back to exploit?
Actually, maybe bishop c4 here, because with the rook on e8, the queen on d8, what are you supposed to do to here? You cannot play c6.
Yeah, but she will try to exchange this bishop maybe somehow, but then e d6 will be with a bigger force. Okay, very interesting moment. Probably bishop d, you're right, Almira, that bishop d3 sounds like a normal follow-up because you want to get a spot for your bishop to go somewhere.
And I also need these weaknesses because then I can use my like bounces, hooks. So bishop d3, g6.
How about playing differently? How about, I don't know, coming up, finishing your development, doubling the rooks?
I like this as well.
And how black? Is black playing some queen e8, but then some knight b5 might be an issue?
But even knight d5, but
Yes.
bishop d8, are you playing? What?
This
It's a very long-term initiative. You are not gaining this pawn back immediately, but your play is so crystal clear. Yes, you're just improving your pieces, finishing your development. Maybe at some point you can even play f4, f5.
Yes, but sometimes it's an issue when you have a lot of choice. And that's why Marta is, I believe, is thinking.
Okay, so maybe we have some time to
Let's just go back to our main game, just to say that it took
also.
this course. Actually,
We know our players.
yes, you actually
I know
Almira,
my players. Yes.
completely were right in guessing the follow-up and
Yes.
it happened with g5. And now,
However, I think that you were absolutely right that black, well, after g5, white had to take on g5 and to play f4, f5. You know, I like this more.
this is actually my like inner feeling.
Because after g5, yes, if you
This
allow
looks,
black to take on h4, you know, this is a very double-edged position, yes?
yes, and as you said, if king manages to escape and bring another rook, then it will be very dangerous for Theodora.
And you don't want to take on h4 here, yes, especially after rook g8, I don't know.
So in terms of, they are asking me what is the difference. So my career high was, so she took knowledge. My career high was 2600, a little bit less, few points. I cannot say that I calculate better than Theodora. Maybe at some point in my best I could do it, but we have a little bit that feeling what to avoid when position is getting sharp.
Sense of danger.
Sense of danger, this feeling not to allow your opponent strong counterplay and fight for the initiative. This is something which I think is the difference. But in terms of opening knowledge, understanding, Theodora and Alexandra especially, they are really at super high level and they see a lot. But sometimes I would have avoided
Yes.
this with my...
No, but I understand this completely. But I also think that maybe we studied prophylaxis way more now, because like it's not like that you can have this exchange with the computer and the computer will indicate, okay, this is the quiet move, or here you have to minimize the initiative or trade this piece. So books, and I think it's important, yes, to study prophylaxis.
And the thing is, what I was saying, here, something can come up around the corner because you're taking this road and you don't know what can be behind. And here it's possible that suddenly there is some sharp follow-up, there might be some tactics, and it's not possible to see this so much in advance.
And maybe the time management, it helps you also with it, because if you're not burning so much time while choosing or evaluating those sharp lines, yes. So you're right. But here, for example, look, Theodora has only 5 minutes left. G takes h4. By the way, what does she wants to do on bishop takes h4? She wants to take on d5.
D5. Okay,
yes.
white is also white needs to decide what to do afterwards. So, for example, takes, and I'm pinned. I did open your bishop, but
Yes.
you're pinned. And I know some
Maybe
queen.
but why not rook g4 here?
Well,
by the
also
way?
good. I was thinking maybe just to include the queen some. I don't know, queen d6, let's say. How do you move on? Because f5 allows queen g3 at some point as well, castling.
But maybe you're forced to play, like to go all in, to play f5 and include bishop f4.
Correct.
So here you don't have that much choice. But if I play rook g4 first,
But
you don't have the.
if I play rook g4
Well,
now, this
queen
is some crazy tactics. e5 coming. Oof. Huh? With the idea
Yes.
sometimes even some queen c5 coming if I can castle. I don't know what's going on here. Because I saw some line. Take a look, Almira. Takes, queen c5, and if you go queen e3, this is
Rook
rook f4. And I have this check. And you cannot
Oh, you
take.
can even take on
Okay.
f1. Yes. so
If
then-
takes, then queen is falling. So suddenly I'm developing a lot of tactics and I'm preparing to castle long, and I will be a bit afraid. Yeah.
The rook is on g4.
So she played your move, which is fine. So rook g4 was played. Yeah, that's a good move. So, by the way, in the meantime, Marta took your footsteps.
Oh, so she played bishop d3, but okay, bishop h6. No, but I think
Yes.
that those moves, they are asked for, but it's very important to have a follow-up which does not allow, this initiative to dissipate. So
But hang on, I saw board number 3.
yeah.
What's going on
that's
there?
what I wanted to tell you. Look at
Really?
the board, first of all. Yes.
Are you kidding me? The bishop is there,
Yes.
and there is no piece up for black.
No.
Okay, fine.
Because white played h6 at some point, so Lara Nook, then she took on g6, and then she played h7. But however, I'm not even sure that.
But I feel bad for Bella anyway, so I'm hoping that she excels today, not in this particular game, because yesterday it was a really roller coaster.
But today, so you already have the results of the 2 rounds, but who would be your pick for this tournament? Because I was hesitating between Bella and Nino, but I decided that I would pick Nino.
Okay, I don't know, but for example, I know, since she's Slovenia, I know Laura quite well, so I like the way how she plays.
So she will be your pick.
Maybe in Rapid Blister it was not great, but in Rapid she might do the job.
Okay,
better.
Bella played knight b6, aiming for c4, and Laura made this move, queen d3.
But here maybe it's already very important how you react. I don't believe that this was right. I think this h6 was a great move by Laura, and now if you take, it looks really horrible because bishop will join the party. So here I think it was necessary to stop it, maybe even h5 or bishop g4, something, because the way how she allowed this h6, it looked really, really dubious. And now king g7. King b1, that means that Laura couldn't find a way how to make a breakthrough. So she was just developing her pieces. Okay, very nice prophylaxis. This is exactly what you were telling about, that in this position, she spotted this knight b6, knight c4 stuff, didn't want to push the pawns. Guys, beware this is the perfect position for your king setup. Pushing even one pawn is speeding up the process of opening your king. So that's why she wants to keep her structure in front of her king intact. So the point is, after knight b6, she played queen d3 and bishops. I like this.
Yes, that's what I wanted to tell you, because it's a very compact way to assure king's safety, and at the same time, she improved. Like her queen is much better now on d3, of course. So I in the g6 square. By the way, just one comment, because I didn't have time here. I think that Bella was actually facing a very difficult choice here, because you mentioned h5, but what are you doing against bishop g3? Are you going to do
I was
this?
thinking even
Yes.
that kind of thing, just to stop opponent's activity.
I actually wanted simply to show this move on the board, because for me it was the only way to protect the g6 pawn. But are you ready to make such moves?
One important thing, pawn structure, basically when it's fixed and defined, you cannot change it. Pieces, if you have a bad piece, it can maybe be activated later. So my knight on edge 8 looks horrible, but I stopped this first concept.
Let me try. Look at your pieces. You have the only piece on g7 here. So I think even after knight h2 and g4,
Okay,
this is going to
it
be.
will be a fight.
Yes.
It will be a fight. I agree. Now I play something like knight a6, trying to kick your bishop. So I know it looks dubious, but I'm playing a game, and at least I stopped this, because for me this looks very tough.
I'm pretty sure that here Bella feels that she, even though she has this horrible bishop on h8, but she managed maybe somewhat to stabilize the position. You know, I cannot see a way to break through for the moment. And this knight on f7, knight on d6, king on g7, it's for the moment they're rather safe.
It's safe, I agree. So white needs to find some new target. So okay, she wants to go f4, if I'm not mistaken.
But then the square e4 is mine.
Yes, correct.
F4,
But she needs to
f5, and
she needs to open the position a bit, if it's possible. Maybe it's not possible. You mentioned g4, probably a
g4 and
good reaction.
f5 then.
Other way is just to play positionally, to play g4, to push f3, and then maybe to start maneuvering, to restrict a bit your pieces.
But Bella is still thinking maybe she can, anticipate to play queen d7, connect her rooks. It's a very natural move, yes?
I would love to check one game.
Which one?
This is
this
one, and unfortunately it's over. Katie Tsatsalashvili has won the game.
She played against Natalie Bakrov.
Yes, she's at Jens Bakrov wife.
Yes,
Actually, he told me, because during a European men rapid and blitz now in Kosovo, which happened in Pristina last month, he said, I didn't know that his son is playing. And then I texted him at the end, but how couldn't you tell me that your son is playing? And then now, before the tournament, 2 days, my wife is playing this time. Okay. But
you see, Katie spotted this wonderful idea. So knight d4, and then simply deflecting the knight, and then rook h1 with mate.
What was the opening? Is it the structure? So this is usually how white is creating.
The King's Indian attack.
White is creating the attack, but Katie managed to run on the side. And actually, but this is very, very smart way, because people know those stuff. Knight goes to g4, you prepare the attack when the king is in this corner. But this way, actually...
This is also known, because you need to put the knight on g4. It's very important. Then Katie decided to double the rook on the h file. So, and then she pushed d4. The thing is, here you should...
play c4, right? But then there is this checkmating.
No, you should play d4 as white. Because you need to transpose it to the French structure.
So d4.
So you need to ensure those knights on d4, f3, and because black cannot take cd, it's quite.
So you're an expert here.
Yes, but you need, once again, you need to know those subtleties, because Katie played very well. Whenever she had a chance, she opened this big diagonal. So that's why you need to close.
And a nice checkmate in the end. Very nice. Very nice win by Katie. She has a fixed board. She's streaming, or later she's recording, so she will probably analyze the game on her channel. In the meantime, let's go back.
Maybe Bodana. Let's have
Let's see
because
how
Bodana plays
Bodana
against a very strong classical player, Elvira Berend, who like beat me several times because we had those epic games which lasted, I don't know, for 100 how many moves, and Elvira is such a fighter. So I wanted to see how
Yeah, I
Bodana is
recall from
doing.
the last year that she was doing well. She was fighting.
So Badana has like an extra pawn on f2 and rook a1 was played. So maybe
She will
rook
go back
a1,
with the
yes.
rook. Rooks. Now probably some taking on c1 is needed.
And then she will need to
Knight
defend.
f6.
Yes.
King will go back. Knight will go to f6. Probably.
It will be another long game. I
Yes.
think.
So maybe knight e7, and then king f7, king f6. Now she needs to decide where to go. She went to f6.
Badana is fully concentrated. She will try to convert this extra pawn, of course, but I think that Elvira is a very experienced player, and her endgame technique also will allow her to hold.
It should be holdable. It's a draw basically, but there is a lot of work to be done.
We have another clash, but between Mira Rabidze and Olga Badelko on the board number 4, but this is somewhat a very quiet game. However, Black has an isolated.
But let's go to board number 1 because I see here complete mess. Will this be a checkmate or not? Because now Queen H2 is coming. Things are super serious. So let's go to our first board and counter. Only 30 seconds. It's obvious that this is actually a mess. I see this live engine, but I don't believe it's correct that. Let's see. I need to start it. Yes, now it's obvious that Black is totally winning.
No, but the rook is not on c8.
Yeah.
No. Yes, the rook is on g8.
There is a glitch.
Rook g8.
There is a glitch. I will play it myself. So rook g8 is the move.
And actually, queen h2 is the threat, so you have to play queen h2 and king f1.
Now, in hindsight, you recall what I was saying. I didn't see this final outcome, but I had a feeling that this might actually wait for you behind the wall. And this is something where Theodora can improve, because when she's having initiative, when she's in driver's seat, as I said, she can even find better moves than me. She can have better technique, but it's very important also not to lose games, not just to win better positions.
And I remember it's like I had this conversation a few years ago, and then we were trying to analyze the player styles. So it's not easy to navigate those muddy waters. Yes, when things are getting messy. So, or you're trying to avoid them, or you are striving to have those positions because you know that you will be able to calculate better than your opponent. So I think you have to be honest with yourself and to understand what are your strengths and weaknesses, and then to adjust your play, of course.
So I think that she now wins in this way.
So, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, that's game over. Maybe is there some tactics? Not really. I think she just wins.
But what is the current position? Because I don't.
The current position is following.
But this is the current position.
She took.
She simply took the bishop on h6, yes, and you can play.
She will be a.
Like you can simply play king d, king c8, yes.
But as I said, this is something where
And even
Theodora can improve.
Yes, bishop d6, this is it.
Yeah. Probably everything wins. King c8, yes.
Yeah, but even bishop d6, to have it on a more active square.
So very smooth win by Alexandra.
I think this move g5, won the game. This is it. Antonetta Stefanova is probably now winning. Switch, Aloysia, please, to the second board because I think white blundered. You can play d4 with mate, and Antonetta just played d4
Let's go to that. Let's run
Yes.
to that.
because we forgot about this idea. Rook e1, rook
Number two.
h1 mate. Yes.
Let's find him on the
Antonetta
camera.
spotted it immediately,
And
and here
yes.
it is. Yes, so I just had a look at the board, but the game is over already
But
because
Take a look what we were also telling. If Antonetta manages to come out with a decent position, normal position, she's a classy player. And you see, it's not just having a better position in chess. It's very also important how you play on, how you pose problems to your opponent. But this should be slightly better for white, if not more.
oh no, but she missed the queen h4 forcing. Yes, because what are you doing?
Yeah, because if you go queen d2, there is
Then bishop on c4 is
yes. But anyway, queen f4. How do you lose this? It should be a dead.
No, but I said that white blundered.
Yes.
Here, that was this moment. I think that white was
The
perfectly
g3
fine.
was maybe not necessary. Sometimes in those positions, you play h4 or something. You go with the king. G3 might not be the perfect move.
And here it was a blunder, rook c3. d4 wins.
What a painful blunder. So, board number 3. How is Laura Unuk? This is a complete mess. So let's stay here.
Let's
go to that.
Wait. No. Please go to the game between Anna Kramling and Harriet Hunt. Harriet Hunt is such an experienced player, long time board number 1 for England, but I think that Anna is winning here.
Checkmate.
Look at this, Queen G7. So actually we came to this game at the very right moment. So let's see where is Anna, because she's streaming, of course, but this will be such an important victory for her. So Queen G7 and after knight f3, king h1, what are you doing? So
Yeah, but this is not so simple. She will burn some time and she's on 8 seconds.
yes, but
And she found it.
yes, you're forcing queen f7. Yes, now what do you do?
Yeah, now you're right. When I see it this way.
No, but now you have to play king e6. I thought it's maybe the only way the king has to go. So how do you continue here?
Okay, I could play queen f6.
King d5.
I take.
Yes.
You take on e5, then some queen g.
Oh no, I'm afraid.
Probably you need to take.
Yes.
I don't see nothing better. And rook e1.
But then king d6.
Yes. I can take your queen,
And
probably.
be careful, because like bishop c6 is also coming, so
Yes.
you need to do everything with checks. Maybe queen g3.
Yes.
But king e6 is maybe the only move. Do we have the current position on the board?
Anna is there.
What
Anna is there.
And I think Pia is watching the game closely.
Yeah, king is on e6.
King is on e6. Anna needs to find a winning move. So the rook is attacked. What are you supposed to do here?
Queen f6
So she
played.
sacrifices the rook on d5 and then
Queen d5 and queen f3 as I proposed.
let's continue. So king e5 is the only
King e5 I think is the only move.
Or like, I know, then because you can give queen f5 check and e6, so you cannot play king e6 here. Do we have the current position? Do we have the king e5?
Not yet.
No, but I think that Harry...
She played.
King e5 is on the board. Okay, so what can we do here? Or king e6?
And
Let's have the current position. Because we don't have the moves.
no, I think she played king e5.
No, I think we have king e6, queen f6, king d5. And actually I...
She went back.
Yes, but the thing is, I thought that that was the difference, because when you take queen f3, king is so king e6, you can do this, maybe this, then this, and then you check. I have no idea if
And
this
then
is
queen f4. No, it wins queen f4. It wins on stop.
and rook c3. Yes, so
Yes.
this, and rook c3.
Game
Okay,
over.
but it seems that the players are repeating. So is this going to be a draw? Will Anna find the winning sequence?
Unfortunately, we cannot see this way.
She took something, but you have to show me what did she take. Oh no, she took knight f7. It was not the same move. So like knight f7 check.
But king e5 was played.
Yes. But actually it was Harriet who declined the draw. So she took on e5. And then Anna played
But we have
knight
some lead.
f7 check.
I don't know the position.
I think this is the position. Knight f7, if I can see it correctly. Then king d4. Wow. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, queen f2. I have it now.
Yes, queen f2. So is it winning? Where are you going?
King
King
d5.
d5, yes.
What a position. Chess is so beautiful.
Maybe it's still a draw if you give checks, yes? Queen f3, yes?
Maybe queen f5.
Queen f5, and then queen f2 back, yes? 18 seconds, but do you remember Harriet was so nervous during the time trouble, so she even made a few illegal moves. So maybe here the same will happen. Anna is fully concentrated. Harriet is fighting for her life, but maybe she needs to play king d4 back. And she lost on time.
Oh,
And this is it. You see, I just said that she loses control in the time trouble, and this happened again. So Anna Kramling won on time, but at the same time, this position is extremely complicated, and we were lucky actually to catch this game at this very moment. And I think Anna is, she's trying to calm herself, but she's feeling so happy. She beat a very strong player.
okay. So let's go back to our main boards. So board number 3, we have Laura Unuk. 2 queens, let's run them. It's over. So Bella Kotanashvili has won the game. 2 queens are on the board for black.
Can we show the final position? Yes.
So
You see?
she went for it, but maybe it was not necessary. Yeah. She gave she gave a pawn unnecessary.
But you see, I think this is coming from the misevaluation, because you wanted to do something for white, and I actually had this feeling that black is having a very compact, setup. So this, what happened?
No, actually, this patience is needed. Of course, I would love to go f4, f5 and crush black's king. But if it doesn't work, you need to be, so as I mentioned, I propose this and then go g4 or maybe...
But your knight on b3 is not such a great
Yes,
piece.
and then g4 and then maybe go with the knight to f1 to g3. This is how I propose to a little bit postpone your activity. And she went this way. So this is the problem. Wrong plan at some important moment. Board number 4, we have Olga Badelka versus Arabidze. Mary is a pawn up.
Yes, it's slightly better.
Bodana made a draw, so you were right. Elvira managed to hold.
Maybe let's have a look at the last moments of the game.
How about this one?
Dailite,
Yes.
Dailite, Cornet, and
This is what board number 6.
yes, young players. So is it?
Yes, board number 6.
Can I avoid the draw if I play king g1? What do you do? Then the Mante will check. But maybe queen f3 is better.
e5.
No, queen f3, of course. Queen f3 is better.
Yes.
So queen f3 is actually on the board, and then what do you do here?
Okay, queen e6.
Queen f6, you need to stop.
Queen b4, also move to protect, to control the f8 square.
But I like queen d5 here, you're not allowing knight e5, you're protecting the pawn on b5, and you're eyeing a perpetual. So queen d8.
b6 played. To force the perpetual.
Okay, then yes, queen f8 and queen f7. It's even better.
It's a draw. Game over. No chance to avoid it. Yeah. There will be a handshake.
Aloysia, go to the game between Natalia Yekaterina and Sofia Gvitadze. I think that Sofia can simply push her pawn and there is no way to stop it. You can play bishop d6, bishop b8, or queen a4, then queen b7. But then...
So this is the current
yes.
position.
That's already the current position. Queen b5, I like this move. White's pieces are very active.
Okay, if black managed to hold a bit. So bishop d6, what do you do?
I was thinking
d5, but that I can take.
No, I don't want to play
We
d5.
play chess,
I thought,
check.
can I trade bishop?
No, but you can play. After bishop d6, you go d5. What do I do?
If you take and then queen a8, yes, the idea. But if I take queen d5, so queen
Check.
d5. This is even worse. Yes.
So this is actually what I think might happen.
But maybe she can keep the bishop on f8.
So black is thinking, and Katerina is thinking. h5. It's important to open the king.
So what do you think here?
d5 doesn't work. Probably doesn't work. Yes.
h5 is a very interesting try because I think that Katerina is trying to find a small counterplay on the king side. And actually that was the move that I wanted to propose, bishop b4, with the idea of trading the bishops or maybe even securing the pawn on b6, bishop c5 first. So Katerina doesn't want to. She played bishop b7 and maybe now bishop c5. You know? And then I think that Katerina needs to try to find something. Queen a2 or h4, yes, h3.
This is a good move, queen a6. Very good move. Now I'm not sure what white will do.
Do you have bishop e1?
Bishop e1
and
probably.
Then bishop f2. But, yes, bishop f2 protects the pawn also, d4. I think that king safety is
but
one
if you go
important
bishop,
thing here. And
bishop,
queen c6.
yeah, if you
Oh,
have
but she gave the pawn.
b6, she forgot about
No,
the
no,
pawn.
queen c8. Queen c8. No?
Oh, queen c8, king s7.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Like I
She
completely
blundered the
forgot.
pawn.
She blundered the
But here,
pawn.
if you go bishop e1, probably that was necessary. Some queen e2, and then I'm targeting you on d4. So how you're preparing to push? Probably it's a draw. But the way how it was played, now black will win this one.
Because when I'm looking at the position, you know, at the big screen, like I cannot see the h pawn. So I thought that that was the trap, the diabolical trap. No, now Katerina is doing fine. And Osmak Yulia is not
We have
better.
also interesting game here in Zimina. This game will take some time. Also, how is this Malteskaya? Okay, that was won. So Malteskaya lost, which is
No,
a bit
because we missed
surprising.
the number 8, the board number 8. Aloysia, because it's Osmak Yulia playing against Жеребцова Alexandra.
Okay.
But I think that Yulia is not better there, so they're going to.
It should be a draw. It should be a draw. But I'm more curious about the game. Also, how about this one is drawn? This Zimina's game is, I would say, the most important at the moment. It looks that white is winning. Can I play rook c7?
You should. But then maybe I can take on a6. Am I mated here? And what can I do here? Rook, king c8?
King c8 and rook d6.
Yes.
You're not getting mated.
Yes. So
this I cannot do. But
Let
we
me
have a
check.
move.
I think just wanted to check the results. Celine Roberts won. Anno Shenina won. Abatsishvili Nino is still playing. So, but Nino is not going to win this, I think. So,
Yeah, let's stay for a moment here just to see what will now Black do.
And okay, so she gave a check and she played A7. It was a much better try. So Zaxaiti Salome is playing with the white pieces. I think that Olga
Knight b5, sad necessity, but rook b8 wins.
is on the brink of the
Rook b8 and rook a8 and game over. Takes, knight takes rook, rook b8 and or rook
D8.
h8, wherever.
What?
And not to give the rook.
Why
No,
not?
we like rooks.
Yes, but we should
No.
check. Yes.
No, I don't give a rook.
Let's see which.
I don't give a rook.
Let's
I
stay
go there
here.
on
Let's
rook
see.
b8. Yeah,
You're
I don't
you're
give a rook. Yeah,
The
handshake.
black resigns.
And you mentioned this endgame. Is anything going on here?
It's very drawish. I think so now.
But Julia is it's trying to create something.
Yes, because she didn't want to give the perpetual. She was playing. She could have played Queen E1, Queen E2, and then let me check if we have another game. So Katerina is actually going to win. And this is the last game, it seems for me, from the top 16 that we have. Yes. Yes, this is the game we're talking about. Yulia is trying, first of all, to avoid a perpetual from her side. Yes, because the queen on c7 is ready to jump to d8 or e5, f4, depending on the squares. So what are you supposed to do here after? King f1 was played, but why not queen b7? What was the problem? Can you explain it to me, Alosha? Like I cannot understand, what is going on here.
Okay.
No, but of course, but I mean, you are not risking anything here.
Yeah, it's always a draw, but Queen E1, Queen E2.
Yes, but you are forcing it.
Yes, I don't get it. Maybe she wants to play for a win, but there is no chance because checks.
Yes, so I think Queen b7. Okay, now Queen b7 is on the board, so. But Yulia know that she is always within the drawing margin, so she can try a few moves, and then if things do not work out, then she will give a perpetual. Now c6 in hand, and she needs to give checks. Queen d1, queen d2. Do you think she wants to take on g5 and to play king g4?
Don't believe. Frankly speaking, I don't believe.
Or first she will give checks and then, but then she cannot play king g5 without the queen on d4 because queen g7 is coming, and it's unfortunate mate.
King f1. So you mentioned this queen g5, king g5, but not really. Okay.
No, you can play king g5, but with the queen on d4.
Yes.
Now it's not possible. And also you have queen e7, queen h4, so there is no way for you to advance your king comfortably. I think they've repeated the position already several times, so yes. Let's wait.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
And Ekaterina Telik is completely winning now because she's converting 2 pawns in the queen's endgame. Okay, so queen g3 was played, king f2. Queen d4. Okay, let's see if now black will play king g5. Okay, it was a draw.
So we have
The last game, yes, between
Ekaterina.
Ekaterina and Sofia. So another
Also, there is
deck
some games behind.
but we don't have them, yes. So queen e4 was just played. Can Katerina play queen e6? Or maybe she was already there, yes.
She's thinking to play some queen f3, maybe. This looks like a move to me.
But it seems that she was already on f3, you see?
Ah.
Queen f3, yes.
And why? What was the issue?
Queen f3, king g1, king g7, queen f5, queen f6, and now, yes. So Sofia is checking from d4 or e4, and I think Katerina wants to avoid f5. So maybe now after queen f4, she doesn't want to play f5, but queen f5. Okay, this is it. Queen f5 is on the board. And she wants to bring her king closer. So queen a8. And maybe now she can play king g5. That is the moment. Yes, Aloysia? Queen g5, king g5, king f4.
Yep, I agree. King f5.
Okay, now she can play king f5 as well. But king g5 is okay.
Queen g8.
Maybe queen d8.
Queen g8 check. King g7. Really? Don't get it.
No, but the thing is, after king g7, I think that white could have played king g3. Okay, bring the king closer. Okay, f6 is a tricky move. I was thinking about this move because it offers you this extra possibility to play queen e5 now. So
You're right, but you're right. What was the issue with king g3?
Because now I am forcing you to protect this pawn, and how are you protecting it?
Queen f5 again.
Queen f5 again, but then they check.
And always this f6.
No, but maybe queen f5. Can I attack the pawn and keep an eye on? Yes.
Queen f3 is coming, so probably nothing is wrong.
We are getting closer to the 100th move, by the way. Aloysia. And then, okay, f6 was the last pawn move. So Katerina is getting closer. Maybe now she can play a few checks and then bring the king to g5. She needs to bring the king to g3 and threaten to trade queens. g3. It's a draw now.
Stalemate.
Yes, stalemate.
She forgot about how.
The stalemate.
How to forget?
This is it, because now you cannot escape the
King
check.
g7.
Checks.
Or queen f6.
Queen h6.
How she forgot about it? Really? Can't believe.
And she can take after king f5, queen f6. We should show it. You know, she forgot about this.
She forgot about it.
And this is the draw. What a finish. So
big
queen h6. Look at this idea, because I was thinking how to avoid, but then
big disappointment.
this
Okay,
also is
probably the reason was that she was sort of worse and then rose for.
And you see how Sofia was alert? You know, because she was aware of those ideas. So immediately after Katerina played g3, her body language changed, you know, so she told herself, I am alive.
Do we have any game in progress?
What a beautiful move. King h6. Like queen h6 and then a queen f6. For the moment, yes, I don't have all the games, but I think we have another game.
Yeah, one more game is in progress. And I don't know, can we? I don't they have them live, or
No, I don't know. No, I don't think so.
do we have them live? Yes, I was waiting for Etienne to get them somehow. C7 and wins. If is it opposite, yeah.
Yes.
Colors bishop, and that's it.
Yes, because you have the G6.
Yes. So the game has finished, and that's it. The hall is empty in terms of games, playing games, and third round finished. So who is leading? We have Kostenyuk.
Antonetta, Bella.
Yep.
So then, how was Katie doing?
Yeah, we have
No,
these
Katie
are the
lost
pairings. So
second
Badelka, Rabiza, that was a draw. So we have three leaders.
Yes,
All
three
games
white
won by
knight.
black pieces.
So black is okay.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes, exactly. Budana is on 1.5 now on 2 points. And Katie is on 2 as well. And many players on 2, 2.5. So things are heating up. Anna Crumling, 2 points as well.
So let me have a look if I have.
Do we have pairings? Not yet.
Not yet. Actually,
Yes.
we do. It's in.
So let's show the
pairings,
pairings.
please, because we have the Clash of the Titans on the first board. Alexandra Kostyanyuk is taking on Bela Khotanashvili with the white pieces.
3 grandmasters.
And maybe somewhat of a more easier pairing for Antoinetta Stefanova, because she's playing with the white pieces against Salome Zaksaiti. But we know that Salome is a dangerous opponent.
Yes.
Then, by the way, we have Katarzyna Dvilevich.
Yes, I forgot about.
Yes. So let's have a look. Katarzyna beat Maltsevskaya Alexandra. So Katarzyna is also on perfect.
5 players, not 3 players.
Yes,
I was
3
wrong.
out of
5
3.
players.
And she is facing Mary Arabidze.
Budana versus Avramitu. That will be very interesting.
Olga Badelka against
Katie versus Crumbling. So where they are sitting, who is inviting whom? Who has better camera?
But the whole world is watching, yes?
Yeah, more pixels. Who have more pixels? I'm curious. So does anyone has that info? Who has better camera here?
We will find out. Meanwhile, I think that we can take a short break.
And maybe, yeah, we will have an empty board. We will have an empty board and, yeah, many interesting encounters. You're right. Let's go for a break.
How many rounds are we having
Yes.
today? How many rounds of this hours? Please tell me.
Yeah.
Like in
You will
our
survive.
broadcast
You
room.
will survive.
5 rounds today?
Yes. 6. It should be 6,
today?
right?
Okay, so we are allowed to take a short
Yes.
break, and please stay tuned. Of course, we have a lot of interesting interviews prepared for you, and see you in a few more minutes.
What is
So, streamers and counter.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to our studio in Monaco. I am thrilled to be here today with Grandmaster Aloysiy Yankovic, my partner. I wanted to say in crime,
You
but
can say
I
it.
could. Okay,
Yes.
let's do it. The European Women's Rapid Championship started today. This is the fourth round, and we wanted to show you a very unique view of the playing hall where you have Katie Tsasalashvili, one of our most famous streamers, but who is playing against Anna Kramling, who I think that enchanted the whole world with her videos during the pandemics, you know, and who became one of the most recognizable faces in the chess world.
Yeah, exactly. This is streamers and
For how many pixels?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's so nice to see them. They're promoting chess a lot. They're having a lot of followers, and yeah, we can go also to our like classical view with the board, so that you could see what's going on. So Katy is having fixed board, so she invited actually Anna to sit at her board, and it's a Catalan. Or let's see what will happen. E6, and Anna is replying with C5. I told you that I played entitled Tuesday streaming, and she was streaming as well. It was funny. But I sense that she can be very dangerous opponent. I believe that her like best part of the game is some dynamic positions, and we will see, will Katy be able to avoid counterplay?
So knight c6 was played. I was thinking that
This is a normal move.
yes, but you had so many alternatives. You could have taken on d4. Yes, was one of the main lines. You can also take on c4, but knight c6 inviting white to take on d5.
Yeah.
Yes, here. So c takes d5. If I will immediately define the structure in the center, and Katie knows it. She told me a very beautiful story about the first book that she studied. It was written in Russian, but since at that time she couldn't read it, her parents translated it for
Georgian, yeah.
for her. Yes, and these stories are very powerful. You know, she still remembers this book about the Carlsbad structure. So she still plays d4, by the way, and c takes d5, e takes d5, castle. So
Famous Tarash line,
Yes.
Kasparov versus Karpov. Kasparov was playing it with black in their first match, and he was suffering a lot, and he learned a lot during the match from Karpov in terms of not allowing him counterplay, isolating pawn structures, and people were sort of condemning the opening choice, that was not something in Kasparov style. Here, by the way, instead of knight c3, there is queen c2, rook d1, which is a little bit more popular. But Katy is going for this knight c3, allowing d4, which I believe will happen.
but d4, knight a4, yes, where do you go?
Knight a4, it's possible to go even bishop b6, bishop e7.
Then I think what I don't like about those positions, let's say even if you leave the bishop, then I can take it, of course, and then maybe like transfer this knight to d3, or it's fine.
Yeah, but black got rid of his bishop, which is actually at the same color as. So what do you do if you go? I will always get some counterplay, but the only thing is that why black is still not castled. But this is typical. It seems that you will have a long-term small advantage, but black starts to undermine your plan.
Okay, Katie played knight. By the way, I also had a quick question before we switch to the top boards. Here, if I use the analogy with a few different openings, can I play a3?
This is normal viable option.
Yes, and then before bishop
But yeah,
d2.
black plays bishop e7, knight
Knight
e4,
e4,
bishop
bishop
f6, and always the same thing. Here, Anna is still thinking. So maybe it's a moment, as you said, to go to our main boards. So let's see how.
And Bella is still using this modern Karkan, but as you can see, Alexandra played the line with F4.
Austrian attack, which is the most sharpest line.
But you see, because Bella started with C6, so I would expect that she's going for this line, yes?
But
either knight H6 and F6, either H5.
There is a top level secret. You know how Magnus plays?
How?
So in this position you mentioned, I'm joking, this Bosnian Karakan. So if you play D5, E5, and some stage they play H6 or knight H6, knight goes to F5, black pushes E6. As I said, this is some kind of top secret details in this Gurgenidze variation. And then black plays bishop F8, bishop E7. And then you have Magnus. You know what Magnus doing?
No.
He plays D6.
Yes.
Knight C3, C6.
C6. Okay.
And then on F4 he goes D5, E5, and then he
The
goes
bishop is already on
only
F8.
F8. This is how sometimes Magnus is playing.
Okay, but then you have to have a different setup with
Against
white here.
Yeah, but now what you do, if you go normal, then he goes bishop G7. He doesn't play D5. And if you go F4, he plays this D5 and then goes with the bishop on E7. Those small details, because it's not so common to see this. But he always, people tend to underestimate Magnus' expertise in terms of how much time he invested in, or his team in his openings. He knows all the details.
But okay, then Bella decided to go for the classical line of the, let's say, of the pairs. What I'm trying to say, that normally if you play this classical line against the 3 pawns, then your knight is on C6 and you're playing C5. You are not using this move here. So maybe Alexandra can use that the move order is like not exactly very precise. So I think that white is already much better here.
There is that kind of stuff.
Because the knight on b8 is a very awkward piece. So bishop g4 was played, bishop b3. So what are you supposed to do? If we use the old times analogy, what they were trying to do before the computers existed in those lines is to play queen b6 and then to push e5. Yes, so you are using that the bishop on e3 is not protected. But very often they started to give this pawn, yes, on b2, so maybe queen d2, yes, and then with a very strong initiative for white. So what do you think, Alesia?
No, you're completely right. The only thing I'm thinking of is in blitz, that would be perfectly sound for black. Messy line and it's getting tricky. In classical, it would be very dubious because your opponent will have enough time to make a decision, to sacrifice a pawn, to keep up with initiative. What about this actually rate of play? What do you think, Almira? Is this enough for white, for your opponent, if you end up in sort of dubious? I'm speaking about position of +1, because if the position is +2 or +1.7, it's basically going towards winning position. But +1 we have seen many times in blitz especially, but even maybe in rapid. Is Bella ready to play? She knows it's a bit dubious, but she thinks that for rapid, but 15 minutes is a lot these days. I don't know.
But at the same time, you have the advantage, which you mentioned before, of avoiding all the forced lines, and maybe you can confuse your opponent. We have e5 already on the board, by the way. So knight b7, e5, knight g5.
People, they turn on engine. I'm trying to emphasize how hard it is to navigate precisely with position which is not something you've seen so many times, and in terms that you know all the details and then you can play without thinking. When you need to think, it's already a bit confusing. It's not easy to grasp all the details without the engine.
So, Aloysia, one other thing, because we got already h3, yes. I played this opening with both colors, but
this for black.
Not the same setup, because I'm mostly going for knight h6, you know, but f6 is one of your main ideas. But here, however, like how do you do? For example, let's say I will make a move which is natural. Do you want to take on e5 and play f6? Do you want to keep this pawn and play? What do you think? What would you try here?
No, let's start further. First of all,
Because now that the queen is on f3, maybe f6 is like coming smoothly with the tempo. I'm not sure.
yeah, because I can start with some queen b6 to protect the d pawn, but I'm
No,
not
but it
going
doesn't
anywhere.
really matter.
Yeah, so you're right.
Try is maybe take on e5, take and play f6. You're forcing
Let's say f5, whatever.
yes,
Yeah.
but you're forcing like so. And how about this structure?
I would be afraid of this structure or whatever, Rook have. I think this is wrong. I think it's better to start maybe.
So you want to keep the pawn on d6 and then f5. Okay, so you
f6. I don't know in this direction. A little bit more interesting. If you take, then this queen b6 again, and collect. Sorry, I don't know what is there. So I will collect, and this is holdable. You need to go h4, h5 probably. But will I be able to stop you at some
yes, you
point?
will
Maybe
play
I will. So if you take on f6, I take, let's say, with the
looks like
with the
a game
knight.
played
let's
by
say.
between.
Yes.
I think after.
And this is
That's fine.
so clear. Again, you need to push, but how would you proceed? I will play queen d7.
No,
my rook.
here maybe. No, you have. If I play h4 here. No, this I don't like. g4, and you cannot wait because I will play h4, h5, and then g5, maybe something like this.
h4 always, maybe some knight e4 will come at the right moment. There will be some counterplay a bit. Again, looks dubious, but this might be a way out.
And Alexandra's
And she
played b3 actually, not c3.
Really?
Because I just saw it on the board.
Okay, this is surprising to me.
Maybe now we can take and play f6.
Take a look also this position. I will come back here. This is like Karpov, I don't know, or Granda Zuniga or Predrag Nikolic 25 years ago at least, maybe even more. Typical line. Fianchedo, Greenfeld, and then after c4, there is this move c3 to ruin the structure, but then knight c6. And this all actually was played so many times. Nikolic would even play a4, but he a3 at some point, but a4 is also normal. And black is playing this to place the piece on e6. That's why this h6. And then white is sort of preparing e4. The problem is with the black, you made all your useful moves, and at some point you're done with that, and you need to think. But it's funny for me to see how Antonetta is playing all those, like 25 years old lines. What to do?
It's but I think it's a very clever choice for the rapid event, because the most important is to have all the pieces on the board here, and she is trying to outmaneuver her opponent. So the queen on c8, I think that what are we doing with the queen on c8?
No, the queen will come to e6 at some stage. This is the point. That's why this h6 stuff. And typical, a little bit like wait and see position. Take a look of this game. This is also like old line h6, but it's not about h6, it's about the outcome. You're getting this Nimzo Indian stuff where always white is slightly better, but not much. Knight goes to d7 and black waits, and it's usually super drawish. But one side can win that one. So Olga Badelka has an idea there. And what's going on in Katarzyna versus Mary? Again, Philidor, or how they call this, Ham.
Why?
I don't know, there are some names, Philidor Ham. I think it's connected, Ham is connected with the surname, British surname, I'm not fully sure. British or Scottish? Well, Scottish, yeah, not England. British surname. So, any tactics? Probably not. I don't see it. So, where to go? How Bodana is doing? Bodana having slight advantage versus Avramidou. And how about this Ruber's game? So, King's Gambit. These days, if you play Queen's Gambit, we cannot call it as a Gambit, but King's Gambit, if you play, kudos for that.
You know, Eileen told us yesterday in the interview that, well, she was only 19 years old and that she already decided that she's going to be a chess professional at this early age. So, but here she's playing, I think, against a player who is also very young. And when you're playing the King's Gambit, you're a young player yourself. You know, this is fine. But here it's sort of a duel. So who knows this position better? Because the youngsters, they know their openings very well.
This looks horrible for Black, by the way. I also have advice which I will share for maybe young players or some players, so not maybe even like club players. They don't want to learn all those stuff. You know which line is quite viable? C6. Dig it a bit and you will get some narrow, easy repertoire with black pieces.
So after knight f3?
Knight f3, d5.
And then e5, e4, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and suddenly you will surprise your opponent and you don't need to enter this stuff, which looks that black completely lost the thread and now it's an easy game for white.
So
Big pressure. Yeah, Bozena played for the Ukrainian national team. She was a reserve player and fourth player, and they won the European Championship. So I think a serious boost for her.
and she's wearing also the, I think one of the shirts with national motifs, and she's only 16, by the way. So that's what I was. Eileen found an opponent who is younger than her, and one of those who wants to shine. Yes, because those tournaments is a perfect occasion for young players to take a few scalps home and to prove themselves.
Bozena, 2 years ago, she started with some ridiculous rating at the European Individual Championship in Greece. Not this year, not 25, but in 24. And she started with something like 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5 without rating. She was struggling with English. I think in the meantime she improved and she became, as I said, a member of national team, European winners. So, nice career in front of her. Of course, hopefully that current situation in her country, Ukraine, will become better and improve and that she can focus on chess. But very nice player, talent. Struggling a bit with the openings. That's why she's suffering today. But if she manages to get out with some normal position or not to lose immediately, she might complicate matters to Eileen.
But okay, she played h4 because she desperately needed a square for the queen. So let's continue. Maybe bishop d3.
So here queen was very badly placed and then came this bishop d7 and she wants to castle queen set. Of course, engine is screaming that this is totally winning, I believe, for white, but in a game...
No, I think that what Eileen wants, of course, is to open the position, but what if she starts with bishop d3?
Queen always
So you castle, yes?
Or maybe queen h5. Just
Okay, start with queen. And then e5. I wanted just to open everything.
Okay, d5.
Oh, d5, and then can I... if g6, then you will take.
Yeah, maybe you write g6 and then e6. Probably this means maybe I should not take. Hang on.
Yes.
Why not to castle? If I can. But then e6. No, I can castle. I don't know. It looks horrible, but in a rapid and practice, if you take, this looks to me now dangerous for white. So you never know. but she just played it.
She started with e5, so maybe
Instead of bishop
Yes.
b3, she
maybe
went for
we'll have a
e5.
transposition.
Once again, I suggest that you go to our first day YouTube channel link, check the last round game between Bella Kotanashvili so Rubers was white, Aline versus Bella Kotanashvili. It was a roller coaster. We were enjoying here, but of course it was a tough experience for Bella, but the game was fabulous. Try to see and to see how and to learn how to create chances, because Aline was totally lost, but she was always creating chances, creating threats. And I think for Blitz and Rapid, this is like the main thing. So she played this d5 as suggested, and I don't see tactics. Probably there is some nasty attack.
No, but let's try. I tried g6, didn't work. So can I try e6? Maybe that's
And
the best idea.
95. This
That's
is very good.
95.
No, this wins the spot. Now you don't need to show me twice. 95, game over. Yeah, e6.
Because I actually had this idea in mind with e6.
She played it.
95.
Bravo, Almira. Yes, e6.
No, but
That's
she
the move.
didn't play bishop g3, however, because I wanted to
Ah,
play bishop g6,
for-
of course.
Three. Okay, so
So
your
what is
move
the
order.
difference? Maybe it simply transposes after
But I have bishop f5.
f5, yes.
And then there is some tactics. So I take
Maybe she wants to stay
Bishop
with knight.
a 95. I will go back and I will try to hold.
No, but
Ah.
g6 first. No. Knight e5, queen h7, g6.
Okay,
Yes,
takes.
yes, and now bishop.
Bishop b3, bishop f7. Who knows?
Okay. So yes, maybe bishop d3 was more. I needed to force you to play queen h5.
I'm not sure what will happen now. So bishop e6 and
I think knight e5, g6 will happen almost instantly, but Aline is down to her 5 minutes. Yes, she's burning a lot of time. Let me just have a look what is happening in the game between Alexandra and Bella. It's still developing rather quietly. Antoinette and Salome, it's a positional affair. You were absolutely right. We haven't had a look at the game between Katarzyna Dviljevic and Maria Rabidze, board number 3, because Katarzyna is on 3 out of 3, and you were
we touched it.
discussing the
That was
pieces,
Philidor, but
then
it looks quite
I think
still quite complicated.
yes, but Black actually managed to have the
Yes.
position, yes, that she wanted.
But let's stay here because this game here, queen h7, and what now? Do you push this g6 or not? How will
Well, g6 looks tempting, of course. Maybe let's have
so bishop d3 was played.
the video.
Okay.
So she's forcing either bishop f5 because g6 I can take on g6.
Never mind that.
No, you cannot. Yes.
You take with the knight.
Knight
Okay.
g6 and then you're losing. So I think bishop f5 is the only move. Yes. Or no, queen h5.
So g6 you take with the knight.
Knight g6. Rook e6. Bishop g6, queen g7. Yes, this is your
Yeah, I want
last
to,
square.
come on, I want to play. Yeah.
I wanted
You wanted to take probably here and
No,
then some checkmate.
yes, but
But maybe a bishop a6.
no. You know what I wanted to show you? As like it's crazy here after castle, like rook e6, castle. I think that because your pieces are so discoordinated. So what I wanted to do, but
Bishop e5 wins. Queen f8.
yes, but I
king-
thought that maybe the king can go here. Literally, what can you do here?
Okay, some knight e6 will happen or
Yes,
something.
but no, with the bishop on g6, I'm fine.
Knight
But
f6 maybe.
you can find shelter with the king on g4, actually. But yes, but here after bishop E5, what do you do?
Yeah, this.
No, Queen F8 still.
Okay,
Mhm.
King G2,
And King G2.
and it should be like game over.
Yes, you said like you barely have a square. Maybe this bishop.
We have a move.
Mhm.
Hang on. So what was the move? Bishop F5, G6, F takes G6, Rook G1.
Mhm.
Was this well played? I don't get it. Why this is good?
Maybe because
G5.
it was not clear for her yet that the other lines were better. But bishop f5, we didn't analyze it, and g6, so she simply wants to play in a positional
But
way.
now
with the
G5.
king on
If I go G5, is this a move now?
So if I take on g5, what do you do?
I was thinking to go G6.
Ah,
Doesn't seem so clear to me anymore. Because you will need to spend some time to
yes,
run
but
away.
it's such a good structure. If I take on f5 now, take and play something like queen.
Oh, wound down.
Yes, no, queen f4 is not a good try.
G5, I think it's the move. This is what my inner feeling.
Yes, but then if you're not taking, okay, g5 is on the board, so fire is on board, but I think
Yes.
fire is on board from the second move. Yes, we had the queen's gambit on board that both players are aware of the risks, yes, of this opening. So maybe rook g5. I was thinking if bishop g5,
Really, Rook G5?
but then you
Okay.
can still play g6. I thought that if this is your move, but at least now maybe my pieces are better.
I have a feeling
I
that
still-
some knight B5 will happen at some stage. There will be some
But I
practice.
don't know, like what is happening after rook g5? Am I mating you in what way?
No,
Maybe you can
don't believe.
simply take
And go knight G6.
the first knight g6.
Knight G6 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Ah, yes, and okay. Phew. And then bishop f5.
Yeah, but then I take on F. What did I saw? Let's see. So
No, but both pieces are hanging, so where am I going?
Bishop F, 97,
Mm-hmm.
Bishop F5.
Mm-hmm. And rook e7, yes, it's coming. And knight e7 is also coming. So, So
Yes,
let's
Bishop
say-
F4.
bishop f4, rook e7,
Yeah, this is game over.
and queen f4.
This is game over.
But it's not obvious at all. And look at Eileen, she needs to burn more time now because every move can be fatal. And she goes
Oh.
5. Maybe let's have a full screen of those players. They deserve that we stay on this game and see how it develops. Aloysia, what do you think?
What to say? That's another memorable game from Elena.
And Bozhena almost instantly takes on d3.
Well,
But-
it's a good move.
Yes, because if we compare it to the other variation, yes,
E6 was not necessary, yes.
maybe she can make castle now. That's the idea. She doesn't need to take on g5. Why we were taking on g5?
Yeah, you're right.
So bishop g3, how do you take? Knight g3, queen g3? You don't want to trade queens here.
Pawn takes d3, let's say. I take with the pawn.
Pawn takes, but now without the bishop on f5, can I take on g5? But maybe you can take bishop
G5, yes.
I can no longer cut.
But then
Okay.
queen f5?
I don't know. I want to castle. You remember
Yes.
what we discussed
Yes.
before. We need to avoid all those difficult variations.
But I didn't succeed in anything. Okay. Are you mating me?
Can I take on c6? Not sure, because this queen on g2 is also looking very strange.
It should be bad because this rook is not playing. But how should I bring my pieces? I need this knight to join the party.
But
Some
queen
queen
d3 is on the board. Look, now I can take.
Queen d3.
Yes, what
Really?
if I take on g5? Do you have like a check?
Okay, knight g6.
g6, yes.
This is unpleasant. But why not to take on d3?
No. Knight g6, I have your move. I think that I have maybe bishop b7, yes? You like that was our line.
Yes.
Knight g6, bishop b7. We don't have the bishop on f5. So what are you doing here? You should take on h8, yes?
Oh, yes. That's a bit
But
strange.
queen h8.
Yes.
And then?
Queen g6. Looks unpleasant to me anyway.
I don't know. What if queen g6, you play king d8?
But why not queen d3? What's wrong here?
Because knight d3, you cannot take on g5.
Okay. But
No,
let's say
there is
that-
nothing wrong, but I
that
wanted to try.
that she wants to avoid all the things. And what's the problem in this position?
But then, okay, white is not worse.
Yeah, white is not worse.
That's the problem. If you
But
can
you
take
cannot.
it.
You can take on g7. This is the problem. This one is coming.
And look at Bozhena. She is clearly thinking about bishop g5.
Yes.
He needs to evaluate the risk. So bishop g5, did we see something after bishop g5? No, then queen d3. Aloysius. Bishop g5, queen d3 then. Yes?
No, it's a knight g6.
No, but then I said if not knight g6, then what else do we have?
Well, I don't see, but knight g6 looks to me a bit unpleasant.
No, but bishop b7.
Yes, but anyway, to play this kind of position with your locked queen, I don't know. I would be very afraid. So many options. I don't know, even queen f5 or something. So she went for a castle, which is understandable decision from human point of view.
The castle, first you had to trade queens, but now you allowed everything. Knight g6. No, bishop g5. Queen f5, yes.
No, queen f5, knight e7.
No, but let's try this. Yes, this. Queen f5, knight d7. And how can I mate you here? Maybe simply.
Knight d5 or knight b5, rook e3. But then you can take.
No, maybe we can take on g5. Can we play positionally?
So let's say this. Or knight b5, knight d5 maybe.
You know what I missed here? Because I'm trying to make this work. But this position is exceptionally full of beautiful ideas.
Yeah,
and
look at face. And
I didn't see this, yes. So it's not easy. It's understandable why players are
not easy at all.
Yes, spending so much time, and it's only the move 23, and Eileen is down to her 1 minute. Knight g6, she does play it, so I think that Bozhena missed her chance to trade queens, and now her position is really unpleasant. What else can you do here if you don't take on g5? This position is forced. But then maybe queen g5. I think that's Eileen's idea.
And bishop g5, queen f5, knight d7, and then queen g5. As we mentioned, bishop g5 would be tragically refuted to rook f8, and because of the x-ray and the pin, this is lost. So that's why after queen g5, black needs to. White has avoided it, but black needs to do something. Unfortunately, the development move doesn't work because of the checkmate. King is weak, maybe some, but there is no time for b6. Maybe even knight d5 works. So how you develop your pieces? Queen h5, good idea. When you are under attack, you should try to develop, to exchange the queens.
But knight h8, queen h8.
Yeah, what to do? She takes, queen takes, at least you got rid of that knight, which was...
But now your idea, knight b5.
If it works.
But all the pieces are stuck on the king
If
side.
it works, knight b5 or knight d5 is probably the move.
Because that was a beautiful idea. I couldn't believe that it works, knight b5 and rook e3.
Yeah, this is what
But
I
can
was
I
planning.
play b4 then? Can we calculate it a little bit?
So knight b5?
Yes, cb5, rook e3, b4. How are you winning? You play queen d5 here?
Okay, but after queen d5, I'm threatening queen c. So she took knight d5.
Yes, because she wants simply to take on d5. Yes, and yes, it's a better try. How do you protect against the mate after queen d5?
Tough question.
No, you cannot take on d5. So because
b6 probably.
But let's show maybe after c takes d5, queen d5, black is completely helpless because we are simply threatening queen c4 check. Maybe it's a better try. No, not knight b5. Okay.
So after knight d5, probably b6 is the only move. And the game goes.
And then maybe you can play rook f8.
b6, and it's not so simple. I think she should play b6.
Rook f8 immediately. Okay. 50 seconds for Eileen Roberts and a bit more than 1 minute for Božena Bedugna. So.
Find a winning move. Not so simple.
Queen g6. Okay, yes, because she doesn't need to retreat.
And what about queen? After queen h6, there is rook e8, so I cannot. So rook e8 is coming. Okay, knight f6.
But where did you want to play?
I wanted some queen f6 stuff. So knight f6. What do you do then?
I don't know yet.
How white is winning this one?
Knight e7, king
Knight
d8.
e7, king d8. Probably some knight.
Continue.
The game goes on.
Queen h5 is maybe coming.
So maybe knight f6 is the right move.
Have to check the games on the first board. Okay,
knight f6 just played.
Still,
it will be a mess, as is always in Eileen.
Maybe we should stay on this game.
Yes,
I'm just checking if nothing surprising happened.
Stefanova is having an interesting game. It seems that she's about to win, but there are many technical issues. Here 97 was played. In Katie versus Anna, who knows what's going on.
Let me check this as well. Nina Batseshvili against Antoak. Yulia is doing fun. Pia against...
Yeah, Stefanova has some technical problems.
Alicia Slivitska won.
King g2 just played. And now you mentioned queen h5, and where is my advantage?
Maybe it's not technically your
It's-
advantage.
Yes, no, white's advantage, but
Yes.
it looks to me that it's
Maybe
gone.
I can I take on G7? It's a strange looking move, but while my my knight is still on E7, I don't know. I'm afraid. It's
95, I think. Queen H5, Queen G7, knight D5, I think.
Ah, okay, yes.
And
No, no, no. No, this is
who is better here?
way too optimistic. 11 seconds.
Queen H5 necessary. Yes, she will make it.
Yes,
And she
made
did it.
this move.
And now
10 seconds increment. Of
Which
course,
is-
it's very important to have it.
what would you prefer, to play blitz first and then rapid? Because
Bishop G5.
sometimes this increment issue, but now, okay, white now wants to maybe get into the end game.
And to take on H4.
Yes, which I think maybe is just winning. So we have some moves.
Trying to follow it here, of course.
Yeah, pawn up, but some technical issues. Maybe now it's a moment that they switch to another game. Let's check Stefanova, because there we have some technical issues. It looks that she's winning, but who knows what will happen. Maybe some H4, H5, H5, G4 is coming. I think this is necessary now for black. I would have played this and then trying to put the pressure, but okay, rook G6 is a move. And there is no tactics, so something else. So let's check Stefanova versus Zasite. So what is she up to? Will she push H5? It's too early maybe to combine it with King G7 first, but then Rook C6 is coming. So she plays it, Rook F5. Yeah, because Rook C6, Antonetta was not sure. Takes. And it's unclear. So Rook F5 was played, King G6, Knight C4. We have a result.
But can I take on B3 here?
In Ushenina, Vadelka versus Ushenina, it's a draw. You can take on B3.
Yes, you should. But then knight E5.
Yes.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, she took.
She goes for
Knight E5, King G7.
G7.
Yes, where else to go?
We have King H7, yes, but she is a bit afraid of Bishop D4 motives, but then you can play Rook B1.
Bro, I don't think that white is better here. Really don't think, because black will always have this counterplay.
Rook F7, King G8, Rook F6. Okay, but Antonietta is not really risking anything here, so maybe this is sort of like a status quo, yes. King G7, Rook F7. And perpetual. Yes, I think Aline is completely winning, so Gulfharbi Delaeva has an extra piece against Diamante. Bodana, how's Bodana doing? Oh, Bodana has this bishop on G3. but can't read this.
Mess in many games.
Mhm.
Take a look of Katie versus Anna Kramling.
Yes.
Katie is just winning, but she needs to calculate. Will she go for it for G5? So Katie is thinking, and I believe G5 will be played. She's a bit nervous.
Can I take on F3?
Ah, checkmate.
Yes. King
Oh, King G2. Bravo,
Katie
Katie.
calculated very
Bravo,
well.
Katie, because after Queen promoted, he's been promoted, there is G5, nice checkmate. So this was the moment where Katie was thinking, and then she took it, and then King G2, and there will be a checkmate. What an interesting finale. Anna, 5, 3, 2. What did she play?
Not
Rook
sure,
G1.
but
Ah, stalemate. Yeah, Katie calculated everything, and when you push, there is no stalemate, but Anna will allow it, and now resign. Some smile. Yeah. And friendly chat.
okay, maybe let's have a look at the
Yes.
first board because this game was developing rather
Yes, let's go.
slowly. And here we have this.
But hey, what's going on here? Now, has something changed
Where?
in this game? They're repeating.
Mhm.
What's the case here? Okay, they will move back and forth. You mentioned this one between
Yeah.
Alexandra and Bella.
I wanted to have a look at
Rugers won the game.
I think Rook A6 was the last move. Maybe yes, we can have
Who
the
is better here?
camera.
Probably.
But what can you do? Rook A6. Maybe I want to play King E6.
I have a feeling that black is not worse.
Yes, but you cannot actually
They're
get
repeating.
closer to the pawn.
Yeah, they're repeating.
Here's the Rook C2, Rook C3. Yes, so Rook C3 is going to be played, and neither of the players can
Okay,
improve the
so this is
position.
drawn. Let's go back to Antonetta's game. Has something changed here?
Well, she managed to unpin herself, yes, so she improved
She wants to deliver a checkmate
the
somehow.
position.
There might be some ideas.
So can she take on G5 or maybe
She can.
yes, first give a check, but now Rook G2.
Now C3 will come.
She's Rook
Check
G5.
first and then C3. No, I cannot place. Yeah. Rook F2. Oh,
But now I can. No, I cannot take on C4. Can I? Or I can?
you can take.
Yes, knight C4.
But then yeah, you can take. But then you will have similar like you have it. You had it already.
Yes, we had a few games.
Zimina was playing.
The pawn was on G4. Like years on
Yes.
G4, there it was on H5. So Salome actually blundered that.
Now the position.
I could have taken this one. So,
it looks to me that it's now dead lost. She will, but okay, there will be some technical problems. In the meantime, Mary seems to be totally winning. We can go to board number 3. Oh, Bodana blundered. No, let's go to board number 5 because Bodana, I think, no, she blundered? No, she didn't blunder. This nothing is going on because a pawn is too strong. Yeah, a pawn is too strong. I thought now that she's dropping some. Let's stay with our star. every time. She's so cute and she's so stable, so calm and fighting, being only 10 years old.
But here, I think that she missed that I have this tactical idea
Oh,
because you cannot take, then I can give knight
I think
e5.
she spotted it now, but
And
Avramidou forgot about it.
no, she's going for knight a5. But after d3, how are you stopping the pawn? So you just simply want to play d2. You need to play g5 and then bishop g4 or a5 and then bishop a4.
Not
But this
yet.
is completely different story, yes. So. Okay, let's have the current position. Where's the current position? Now, actually, they repeated, so d3 is possible once again, but they forgot about this lovely idea.
Now Avramidou is playing for a win, but if I'm not mistaken, Bodana was pushing all the time.
No, I'm
no,
not sure.
no, no,
No,
no,
you
no,
said
no,
that
no,
she
no.
had this
No, no, no.
nice
But
bishop
before with the rook, in some previous position somewhere around, yeah, around here, she was sort of pushing, but now she's worse, or at least in a non-pleasant situation. Oh, Malcolm Payne is here. He was this hidden, at the end, like hidden his face with the board, and then we needed to guess. And I don't know who wins this quiz question will get a present from NTN. So what's going on here? Is there any chance to win this one? I'm checking. So Nino Batsishvili won, Malichka won versus Kramnik Pia. Kramnik is struggling.
We don't have the actual position.
Okay, we will get it quickly.
King d6 was just placed.
King d6 was played. Bodana is thinking, are they repeating the moves or something?
No, but what happened? The arbiter just came. And that was a draw.
Maybe they ask where to go.
So,
How about this position? Yevakishvili Lela. She's playing versus Sevchikova. Underrated player.
Nino Batsashvili won. Pia Kramnik lost. What is
Yes,
the
Pia
point?
is struggling.
She lost
Irina Bulmaga is suffering. But maybe she has some chance to hold this one. Take a look at this position. So it will be rook h and f. We have them on the camera. It will be edge and f. I won it twice, but I know how to draw it. It's important that you know f pawn. So what will happen here? I'm not familiar with Italian player. Do you know her?
Well, when I played against her, she was representing Mongolia. So, but she was much younger. So yeah, I think, but it was also rapid and blitz.
She
But
seems
she's
like
with
a fighter.
federations, yes. And, well, you will have to play g4, yes, or g3 at some point.
Yes.
G4. But how about rook f4? Then rook h5, yes, so maybe you need to take on g3. Yes, so this is simply winning for white, that's why she played g4 and then simply taking, but g4 forces like to take.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we are in that kind of position. Okay, I'm curious.
So maybe we can demonstrate. Yes,
Okay, well, now it will take some time. So let's leave it for a while. So she will go rook g4, come out with the king. Or let's say king g4. We can give checks. Black will start rolling her pawns. And at some point, black will need to go to the h file. Okay. Rook f1. Any other game in progress? That's it, probably. Only this one.
maybe a bit one.
Yeah, as you could see, this is our main game currently. Jean-Michel, repair. Main force behind this event. And some spectators around watching the games. There are also live boards, view in the playing hall, so it's possible to. Okay, this is interesting. I've never seen this approach that king goes in front. Usually king goes to back, so that you start pushing your pawns. This is a bit strange, because now what if I take? What now? Yeah, and then that's it. H4, king f5. Yep, well calculated. Well calculated by Irina, but it's pity for Davan de Berel not to press her opponent to make a draw so easily. It's not something you want to do. So yeah, studying endgames usually help in those situations to push a bit to get your opponent into some problems, but of course rapid and blitz is always tricky. So good defense by Irina, being 2 pawns down, managed to hold. We have all the results,
We do.
I believe. I would be surprised if not.
Okay, let me check it because I'm not feeling well, Aloysia, so I think that Amir is going to replace me for the last round, and of course we will see each other tomorrow. But I have this massive headache, maybe too much screen. So let's wait for the results. And
Yeah, never mind. You did a lot of games today cover, so yeah, get rest tomorrow. You can come a little bit later, so no
oh,
worries.
those morning rounds, I think that was the only like militant thing that was very important to me. Of course, there were many other subjects, but the morning rounds, this is something that I wanted to
We have
find.
some standings after round 4, so we are waiting round 5. No, this is after round 3, right? Or no?
I think that our broadcast is looking somewhat
Yes, yes.
like the playing hall, you know.
To get one free cup. Etienne, you will get one, no worries.
But as
Is there one spare for Etienne?
of course there is, but you see, Jean-Michel, how happy he is because he prepared this surprise for all the players, and everyone is helping him. Patricia is helping him.
Yes,
So,
Patricia Klarot,
yes.
Mrs. Stefan Eskapar here at the right. Lela Vakashvili is chatting with Maria Rabidze. Alexandra Dimitrievich Biagioli is there. And now we have results, but this is the situation
So,
which
Antoinette
means that
is
still we
leading.
don't. Yeah,
Yes,
we have one leader, sorry.
Yes, we
Single leader.
Antonetta Stefanova, who is leading with 4 out of 4. I will have an epileptic attack, I
Can
think.
you tell me what you are a smart lady, Almira, what this GR means? Number 6. I'm so curious now. I understand all columns, board, starting number white, and now what is that? GR. What the heck? I don't know really. Type, okay, there are players who are under 10, under 20, older than 50, Crowning Pia, fighting with youngsters.
Actually, I can answer this question because I had a look at other players who have this 06.
Local players.
So probably from the region. From the region, because Alexandra lives not so far, and then all of the young players, all of the players who have
Or
this
competing for that prize.
special prizes in the, I think, the player or best player of the region, because you have Choisy Mathilde,
I saw some
Zvereva Maria
Belgium.
from Monaco.
I think I saw some Romania.
Yes, but I think she, then there is another special category, yes, so
Okay, so we need some CSI.
maybe she still lives here. Maybe she's a PACA player, so there are a lot of special prizes in this event. By the way, while we still have a chance, maybe we will finish with the presentation of this tournament, because we haven't spoken about the prizes, because the prizes are increasing each year, and there are a lot of categories. If player can't win the general prize, they also can win a special prize. So under 20, the veteran prizes, under 18, the players from the PACA region, and so on. So here we are. The tournament is going to be played in 2 days, so 11 rounds.
Swiss system, 15 plus 10, 10 seconds increment is more than enough. So this is something which favors people who are either converting or they are defending. Prize found, first prize,
5,000
Yeah.
euros.
second, third. I'm always the one who is sort of fighting for better conditions for players. So I don't want to say great or best. It's great comparing how it was. It was fantastic. So big kudos for Jean-Michel for bringing sponsors. But I would love to see one more digit next to current ones, that our ladies are having even better conditions. So let's hope in future that it will increase more, and then we will have more professionals.
And of course, big shout out to our sponsors. First of all, La Société de Banmer, who is our historic sponsor, and Ina Bajenova, Dmitry Samarukov, and Evren Ukok. Without their unconditional support, I think we wouldn't be able, first of all, to make those tournaments a sustainable, event, and then traditional as well.
Yeah, sponsorship is coming to chess, I don't know, through some small doors, but hopefully it will happen even more.
Okay, so maybe let's have a small break. I was so happy to see everyone today. Thank you so much for watching. Amir, it's almost the same. Almira, Amir,
Yes,
it's like,
yes.
what's a letter? Yes.
It's very simple.
So see you tomorrow, of course, and have a wonderful 5th round.
Yeah, thanks, Almira, for that. Let's go for a break. So Amir is back. Welcome
Thank you.
again. So last round of today. So it's 5 rounds today, six tomorrow. Let's see what will happen. Let's go to the playing hall. Okay, players are seated. Do you like this combination of tables? You see, some players are
Beautiful.
the next direction.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's quite cool. And we have interesting encounters. I will prepare the board.
Aloysius, I had a friend, you know him, Aloysius Kevenis.
Yes, yes.
Always when we have, I see you, I remember
But he
him.
passed away, right?
Yeah, he passed away, unfortunately, yeah. But he works for Iran national team for maybe 3, 4 years. So I'm, yeah, very good guy, very sympathetic guy. And
How old were you when you switched from Iran?
maybe 20.
20.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's see what will happen. I'm curious what will Antonetta Stefanova play for his board. We are waiting boards to be updated. Some friendly chat. This is Bodana's father, and Bodana carry her booster,
Yeah,
running a bit to the
He's a friendly guy. I talked to him. He moved maybe 10 years ago to England. And yeah, very sympathetic guy.
I don't have moves unfortunately yet prepared. I see Yulia Osmak seated, right? Жеребцova. Here Ketty is playing versus Narva Mai, right behind Ekaterina Atalik. Okay, Teodora Ignaz is there. No moves yet. I don't know what's going on. Bodana seated. Chief Arbiter Stefan Escaffer giving some info, and players will slowly start to play. I think the point is that he's announcing that they got those cups.
Yeah. Beautiful
Yes.
mark, yeah.
Okay, I got the board so I can prepare. Let's go focus on the first one. So Bela Kotenashvili versus Stefano, knight f3, d5, g3, g6, very stable. They're probably the most experienced ones here, together with Pia Crumling. And Greenfield, castles. And what will now Bella play? I don't believe that she will go for c4. We will see some c3. Oh, c4, my bad.
We have also b4 here or not? b4.
b4 is not so common, but b3 is possible.
Yeah.
Magnus played all those stuff. Even rook e1 was possible.
Yeah.
Knight c3, bishop f4, but c4 was played, and instead of dc, which we saw in
Maybe Karpov games.
yes, and now in the game of Stefano, our previous round with the white pieces, now we got this c6 line.
c6 I already played against Marzolo, a French grandmaster. I took on d5, knight c3, knight c6, and knight e5.
Yeah, but also here there is this knight e4 line.
Yeah. I think it's this knight e5 now. Yeah, knight e5, and knight take c3, b take, knight d7, knight take, queen b3. And after e6, e4, I have small advantage because of the bishop on c8.
Yeah, slight plus for white. Here it went differently. a4 was played. Bishop e6. Knight c3, dc4. This is how the game is going on. Second pawn. And now it's white's turn. e4 was played. Okay.
Sacrifice for the center.
Some h6 might follow. Not to allow knight g5.
Now, what do you think? You're going for knight a6, b4, or a5 or something?
Yes, f5, exactly.
Yeah.
White will also might think of pushing a5 herself.
Oh, you prevent it.
Yes. So she went for it. Yeah, Amir, so you're right. Now there are some stuff with d5 in some positions, and then knight goes to d4. So I'm curious to see will d5 will be played or knight g5
D5, you mean C take knight G5,
or knight d4.
knight D4. Okay.
This is possible to play.
Oh, yeah. You damage
And
his
then
pawn.
bishop g4 is something, and this is a complete mess because the problem is after f3 there is e5. And if I take, I'm coming on this tactics.
Queen take e4.
Yes.
Knight take.
But even this, who knows? Even this is unclear.
Bishop pair.
Yes, bishop pair always dangerous. So what will happen? H3, which is a reasonable alternative instead of d5, and then knight takes it. Okay, so white will play something like bishop e3, then they go queen e2, knight e1 to stop this jump, and waiting game.
Waiting game, but
But
then,
interesting one.
oh yeah. But then it's difficult for white to manage to play d5. I mean, rook d1 we're gonna play.
Knight is very good on.
Yeah, good outpost on b4. So
Yeah, I think that the main difference compared to some Slav lines is that black has safe king, and there is no chance for attack. So this is the thing. So knight b4.
which is your taste playing with white?
I like to play with white, but I lost many games online.
So
online with the white piece. I stack a pawn. I'm trying to
you're
win.
lower in this.
Yes, and then suddenly there is no.
You pay the price.
Yes, exactly, Amir. So, but I love those positions because they are not dull and many interesting things. So queen e2, as I said, and now it's possible to go this 91. This is how that's why she needed to play bishop e3 to protect d4. Now 91 is a possible move. But here, which h6 was played. So will now white play rook d1 or knight e1 or knight e5? Knight e5.
Do you have some plan like, I don't know, rook b8 or queen d8 for playing b5 or not? It's difficult, you know?
Yeah, I
Then
think
maybe
now she will play. I'm thinking.
knight d7 maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking knight d7. Yes, knight c4. And then there is this stuff.
Yeah.
And then clinching this pawn. And what is this structure? Probably h3 doesn't help.
Yeah, some beautiful idea here after pawn take e3 is very long idea, it's not very quick idea, but knight b8, knight a6, and another knight come to b4, but maybe is too much, it's not realistic.
Yeah, but still, it's quite playable for both sides. Yeah. I think that this is.
It was funny, you know.
Yes, another night. It can happen, actually, Amir. I think it can happen. So she's thinking what to do here. She can also go for f4. And when you take, I take this side and trying to go all in.
Trying to ignore the 4 pawns on queen side and, you know, to.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So 4 versus 2.
Queen d3 doesn't work, maybe. Queen d3.
Queen d3 and penetrate into c2, you're right. Probably this solves all the problems. And then some knight c2 is coming. Yeah, you're right. So I cannot play that way. That's why she's thinking.
I think after knight d7, simply we should take on c4. Yeah, to take back the pawn. And we have bishop pair and better center, better space, more space. So it's a small advantage for white, I imagine. And what do you think after take, bishop take on c4, take, e5, e5 then? Is it possible? Or?
Okay, but d5 is always
d5,
an issue.
knight b6, maybe something like that.
Yeah, playing with fire because when this
Yeah.
bishop opens,
Take is difficult. Knight, rooks, yeah, rook c8.
yeah, always some d6 will follow in some stage.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to jump to c4. I understand.
And knight d.
But
just if you show yeah, I mean, our
You-
idea is knight there, knight d6 and f5. But it's question of time. If we cannot do that, anyway, you have passed pawn on d5 and bishop pair. It could be dangerous for black.
yeah, that's why I think d6, and then if you take, there is a rook d1, and you need to stay connected with this one. I'm taking on b7.
After d6, maybe after
Knight c4.
Yeah, I was thinking of knight c4. We should play very active.
Yeah,
And
this
knight
is a
take
good move.
is e3 and rook b8.
This is a good move. Yeah, and you're solving all your problems. So d6 doesn't work, actually. This is the move. Okay, so maybe I should take once with the knight.
Maybe even you can do that, but after knight 6 take d5.
Yeah.
And
At least now I can
f5
counter
is not possible because
d6,
check.
right? But you can go queen
Rook
d6 and b6.
and rook fc8 maybe.
Yeah, but this is typical.
Yeah.
Who is
Exactly.
who is doing rook a or f? Okay, so let's go back since we have this position, but she opted for the move. We mentioned this knight c2, rook d1, and she's thinking. Why she's thinking? Is there anything better than taking on e3?
There is also, I think after e5, maybe not d5, rook a d1. Just you keep it.
She's thinking because of this knight b6.
Knight b6 now, and queen.
Okay, to get maybe some intermezzo because this one is hanging.
And if you play queen d3,
maybe she wants to take now. Is there any difference? I don't see it. Yeah.
she took it.
Yeah.
She took on e3.
F takes e3, and we are having this structure.
Now you're gonna play e5 maybe next move. Yeah, it's just to limit the bishop and playing e6.
This is a good move.
And clearing e4 for your knight.
This is a
square
good move
for your knight.
I'm just scanning other games. We have some interesting Sicilian in Narva Mai versus Keti Tsatsalaashvili.
e6. How should you play e6?
That's possible way.
Now d6 square would be awake by playing e5 and then knight e4 maybe.
I think now we can move a little bit to other games.
Yes.
So let's see how Keti is doing versus Narva Mai. Narva, just to remind you, she was silver or bronze medalist at the European Individual Championship this year. And this is interesting. Old school Sicilian. Before, Engine was always allowing this before. People were allowing this before, but then Engine came and a3 became a standard reaction, not allowing this before, keeping the knight on c3 and always thinking about some possible jump. But people were afraid before, after a3, that some b4 will come with a even stronger effect.
Yeah, I remember my coach when I was young. He said, when you're long castle, you never touch your pawns. Never. b3, never a3. I remember that.
Yeah, that was old school. Yeah, now I see the cat is having a different camera. So it seems that was Anna's Kramnik camera in the previous round. Yeah, this one is smaller. So Katy played 97. I like the way because I was playing this in Rouser, and the problem is in the Rouser. So for example, here in the main line, let's say, I don't know, like sometimes people are playing this way, and you're pushing, wants to go g5, they don't go knight h5, so you take on d4, play bishop c6, and on g5 97, let's say this kind of position. So what did you do? So instead of bishop b7, I needed to go bishop d7, bishop c6, bishop b7 to ended up where I could go in one move. White lost tempo with bishop g5 to e3, but this is one tempo, and here instead of this, it's two tempo. So two tempi. So if we compare to this position, Katie got it immediately.
Interesting idea.
Yes, so she got it. This
Well
is the
prepared.
difference. This is this Matulovic attack.
Well
And
prepared.
so this is like a small detail. Knight e5 played. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes it's good to go to b6, a4. But she wants to go to c4.
Looks great. Yeah.
Yeah, very playable for black. Queen e1 just played. Now knight c4, I believe, is the move. And not to take on d3, because this is tempting, but it's wrong from my experience. I don't know only if d5, because if e5 doesn't work. But
Just if you had,
But
if
I
you
could
had
take on
one
d5.
tempo, just it could be interesting and instructive. If I mean, you had one tempo more, for example, one h6 or g5 also it could be interesting.
with the black pieces,
Yeah.
yeah,
Now
you
h4 is possible.
maybe just immediately to secure it. But it's possible, but this is a different type of play. It's completely sound. I agree with you, Amir. But here I would try to use this sense
To not waste time.
yes, and also sometimes there is a d5 move as well that you open your bishop. So I think jumping on c4 should be preferable, because what do? Will you play? Will you take and then leave, or will you go immediately to c1? So I don't know. Maybe which knight is better. Maybe this one is better to jump with this one, to have some a5 coming at some point if it's possible, or queen a5. So she's thinking, very instructive position, old school. I like those positions where you can like give some more details instead of some positions.
And you have some idea like rook b8,
Yeah.
knight c4,
This is
a2,
how
bishop e8.
this is how Garry Kasparov won versus
Oh, really?
Michael Adams. His last Linares 2005. He went rook b8, bishop a8, and then
I
pushed
never
it.
played Sicilian.
Yeah, but you're a natural talent.
Thank you.
So I'm curious what will happen. Amir, regarding your result, what was your like best result ever? What would you say?
You know, in Corsica, it was one of the most
Rapid? I
rapid
played it
tournament.
sometimes.
I finished between 12 best player. I mean, I was eliminated against Topalov.
Oh,
So, you know, I had a photo with Anand, Vishy Anand, Gorovic, Topalov, Shirov, you know, I was between Rublovsky, I was between Bakrov and Nadic. I was between them.
bravo.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think, and in Kapelak round, in last round, I had performance 3,100. In last round, I was first board when I beat Delchev, many players. When Lutiev played in 40 board, I think, you know, it was very strong tournament. And last game against the first board, I lost against Borutsky, and I finished with performance 2730, and I third. So
Capella
I was
Grand,
very-
right?
Capella Grand,
Don't
yeah.
mention the tournament. Same situation. I was leading. I needed the draw to.
I needed draw.
Same
to
here,
finish
and
first.
I was winning
And-
against Gaevsky,
Yeah.
Gukesh coach, and I lost it.
Yeah.
And I came fifth.
It was, but I was satisfied. Even with lose, you know, I was satisfied.
What did Katie play? Do we have the answer?
And you didn't say. Tell us what was your best result.
My best result. Okay, it's not clear. I had some results like this Capella Grand 27 something performance. I won Croatian Championship, all Grandmasters. I scored +5. All grandmasters above 2500. I scored 5 wins and no single loss.
Bravo.
Also some other tournaments. For example, when I was in IM, I shared first place in Pardubice tournament, like with the Navara and everyone. I was sharing first already. So I had some results in open tournaments a lot.
Great.
Yeah, winning some tournaments in Spain, Austria. Yeah.
Now you were happy with your because you played in England, one
Mhm.
open, and you were happy. I saw on Facebook.
Yes,
After
yes.
a long time, after 2 years, you're playing one
Yes,
tournament. Yeah.
yes. It's always nice. When was but you will play now tournament. I will follow your games.
Oh, thank you.
I will follow your games. So let's see what Katie played. So she jumped with this knight. Bishop c1 was played. Queen b6, bishop e2, rook c8. So b4 is usually a move.
Yeah, but now f4 could be, yeah. Just, I mean, yeah.
But hang on, why didn't she play now something like b4 and going for an attack?
Before immediately? Okay.
Yes, is it possible to sack a piece?
Yeah, of course it's possible.
Takes and then some.
Sicilian, everything is possible.
Yeah.
Just,
Is it possible to play this way and
uh-huh.
some check maybe first
Check.
and then take on e5?
Again, knight beat. Oh, okay.
Maybe
Because,
check first
okay,
and then
king.
take on e5. Or do I have some tactics? Because c2 is now.
Maybe king a2.
I was thinking even this, but it doesn't work.
No, maybe king a2 instead.
King a2 is
Yeah,
better.
maybe.
Yes, you're right. But anyway,
Even rook takes c3 is possible or not? Rook takes c3, queen b1 check, pawn take e5
no, queen
check.
c3, the problem is
queen
queen.
take,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I
This is
missed
the problem.
it.
Yeah. But okay, it's quite complicated. So Katie went for knight c6. And from my experience, this is wrong. And it's very hard to make a breakthrough here.
Bravo.
If BC is the move, but knight d4 is.
This is interesting.
Yeah,
Knight take d4.
Knight takes d4.
Just if please you show b takes c4,
The problem is
Yeah.
white plays king a1,
Yeah.
stabilize, and then start pushing. And it's very hard to break this defense. Very hard.
Exactly. And if you play d5, you will face with e5.
Or e4,
No, I
yeah.
mean, yeah, e5 and the bishop on b7 become
Okay, first I need to take here. I just
Yeah.
wanted to show the concept,
Yes.
and then some king b1.
probably. Yeah.
And even if you go d5, it's very hard to break here. Very hard.
Just simply maybe when
I think e d5 and I'm collecting the
even
pawn.
bishop e3 and
Yes.
then bishop coming to d4.
So,
and, yeah.
Getty correctly played knight d4,
Uh-huh.
which was a good move.
And what about now bishop e3 and knight e2 then, if it's possible?
I'm thinking up to bishop e3. Is it possible to go knight? No, I cannot do it. Sorry.
Yeah. Rook takes c4 normally,
Mm-hmm.
and then knight.
Bishop a2 was played.
Oh yeah, but please show me. Rook take e d4, rook take d4. Okay, rook take knight
e2,
Okay.
e5,
or queen f2,
e5.
e5. Yeah,
And
yeah. He's
right, yeah. So bishop a2 was played. And is it the time to play this b4 finally?
b4.
It looks to me that this is the moment, but then knight a4, there is this obstacle.
b3 knight take b6 not. Oh, if it was knight on a2, it was
Yes, it
interesting.
will
I
be
just
checkmate,
saw that.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
it's
will be-
beautiful.
It will
Please
be
show
checkmate,
us.
yes.
Please show us. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Just take and
And
check.
how it
And
is
if
is
it's
knight.
knight, it's checkmate.
Yes.
It's Igor Zaitsev style. Yeah. You know him.
Yes, of course. But you said
He was my coach for
Coach,
3
yes.
years. Yeah.
Karpov's coach, yeah?
Karpov's coach. Yeah.
So, very interesting moment.
Mhm.
While Katie is thinking, just briefly check. We have some normal position on the first board. Other boards are quite stable. And this one is sort of the most interesting. But now Katie went back. Instead of b4, she went knight c6. And I'm a bit... Okay, she wants to go b4. So she wants to go b4. This is her plan.
Oh, knight c6 for b4. Okay, interesting. F5 maybe now.
F5 is the move, yes. And now
Okay.
we will have crazy stuff.
Yes, knight. Oh, knight a4 not possible. What do you think?
So if you take knight a4, queen a5.
A5.
If you take on b4, knight b4, you take on e6. Is there any tactics here? Probably not. I'm just...
Knight take, pawn take f7, and the problem, if it's castle, it was okay. But now I think white is okay. What do you think?
No, this is bad for black. So I need to do something else. After f5, I don't believe in e5. I don't see the move now, actually. f5 was played, and now I think that...
So for Katie, it's not so easy.
Not at all anymore. Yeah, what do you do now? Queen on e1 is fantastic.
We have a very passive move, knight d8 maybe. But the knight's mission is not going to d8. His mission is going to b4.
But it
c4.
will be some kind of sad necessity. Now she needs to push b4.
Yeah.
Trying to get some chance. I think this is sort of necessary to open the pieces. And we have this position. Is there any chance to create something, some knight c2 stuff?
Because if you give me one tempo, it's finished. I was thinking of castle, pawn take f7, king h8, but it's not possible.
Can I go all in?
Oh, okay, pawn take f7.
King goes to e7 or king f8.
Uh-huh.
I like to attack, you know.
Yeah, I know that. I see.
So is there any chance bishop b3 maybe, just simple move?
Bishop b3, okay.
Bishop.
Tell me knight d5, what happening? Bishop take, yeah?
Yeah, bishop take.
And pawn take?
Take on
pawn take, no,
c2.
it's not, not interesting.
Take
No,
on
just
c2.
because rook now doesn't work because queen e8 mate. Knight take. Yeah, knight.
And
okay,
at least
now,
I'm threatening perpetual.
Queen,
Okay, she went.
Ah.
She went back, but this is something you said you shouldn't do, right?
Yeah, it's not, not beautiful.
In the spirit.
Maybe it's the only move. But
okay, let's go to the first board now. So let's check how the situation is going there. So it seems that white is pressing, but bishop will go to c7, and then who knows? Maybe it's also a weak spot.
Maybe black is better
after
bishop.
Who knows?
Just is interesting and destructive that when we have opposite colors bishop, the one who start to attack, so we consider it as a bishop up. You have your piece up, so it's very important. You play active.
This is what will happen maybe, and if you take queen is attacked, so queen g3 is necessary.
Yeah.
Then I take, yes, and we are in this position. Maybe this is throwish. I don't need to take. I stay with opposite cards, bishops. And yeah, as I expected, predicted, it happened.
Oh, interesting.
So now I think that just queen g3 should be enough for a draw. And I believe that here this game will end up in that way.
e5 doesn't work. No. a5, bishop f5 maybe.
And I believe queen h5 will happen. Yeah, bishop h5 will happen. Okay, it's possible to play rook's endgame as well. But
rook c1, rook c5, it doesn't work. That works.
Yeah, rook d8 is always coming.
And king take g6 and then rook c1. Okay, rook a6 maybe. Okay, this is logical.
Fischer style.
Rook a6 also, I see.
Yeah, very nice.
It's like, we should play active. Yeah. Rook d8 is okay, but
Yeah,
maybe rook d8
maybe king
e5.
f4 now.
Now, if you can play king f6 with the idea e5 check, okay, now we cannot.
Yeah, and then I can maybe, yeah,
Hey,
but it's
rook a6 now. I
now
don't know.
rook a6.
I don't know.
Yes, it's possible, but I will activate as well.
Yes, rook then to b4, you know.
Again, it looks very draw. It should be like just a draw. Probably.
Yeah,
And that's attacking between two pawns.
the famous saying, all endgame in rook endings finished by draw is
Except those which don't, yeah.
except yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we will leave this one.
Because we lost many
Yes, of
rook
course.
endings.
Oof, come on.
Okay.
So she went for this rook's endgame. She went for this king f4. We were discussing. Instead of rook c1, she went for king f4. And now I think Antonetta will play king f6.
Only move, maybe. The best move, only move.
Yeah, king f6. So rook g1 or maybe
d5
no, d5 takes rook d8. I don't like
yes.
this. I think it's a step in the wrong direction.
h4 maybe, h4, h5. Again, I prefer black. It's drawish position, but I prefer black anyway. Yeah, when you push your pawns, you can never make it come back. So pawn on a4 it could be a weakness.
So rook g1 played, and it's black's turn to decide, but Bella is really long time. So Antonetta is searching for a way to keep the game going.
I think rook a6 is quite solid, and okay, rook d8 we can play king, and face by king e3, but rook a6, rook b6 is enough.
I'm checking which game is interesting to follow. Take a look of this game. What's going on here? It seems that it's fine. She's just running with the king.
The piece up, yeah.
But Theodora burned a lot of time, so I'm not sure that everything was planned. Katie finally got this b4 happening, but it's a bit late. Better late than never.
Yeah, sure. Now, is it possible f6, f6 take knight d5,
Yeah,
queen take e1, knight take f6, and rook d take
it's possible. Probably
f6
might
maybe.
happen, but black is on the move.
Oh, okay, black. Now, so black to play.
Yes, never mind. It's possible f6 if white would be on the move, but if
So we can call it a threat.
Yes, exactly. So castle, but then f6 is coming.
And then,
Probably sacrifice. Rook c3, only move.
only move, I think.
What do you think? Rook c3?
For sure, yeah.
And then queen c3
I go for your
takes, and hope for the best.
And then we have to pray.
Yes, I think this is something with
Really good. Yeah, really good.
you know that those ninjas, they had this haragei,
Oh, yeah.
the sixth sense.
Yeah.
So my sense says that some shurikens are coming, so it's important to take on c3.
Yes.
But what did Katie play after rook f1? She went for a5.
A5.
I'm a bit afraid that this is too late.
Now my move maybe f6.
Okay, she wants to take and go bishop f8.
And okay. But
Yeah, very cool-headed by
Hello.
Katie. I was sort of afraid, but she just plays some a5 like nothing is going on.
yes, she's brave. She's going for this line. But after bishop take bishop f8, maybe rook g1. You know, it's some. Okay.
You want to go rook g7, I believe, or something that might not
Bishop
happen.
d2, not bad. Interesting. Interesting. Good move. For
Bishop
not,
d2, queen c5.
and even now maybe bishop b3 again.
This will be a mess. So, Kotanashvili looks drawish, but the game goes on. Matnadze is...
And Ari says bishop b3 and then bishop e3 then, you know, because you're gonna play rook d4 if she answers queen b4.
Yeah, because with this rook f1, she's not allowing her to castle.
Yeah,
And white doesn't want to define the things, and black would love to see...
keep it, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Because after f6, the knight on d8 become free. So maybe it's better we don't play f6. We don't need it actually.
True. We don't need, and maybe we don't need Almira's laptop as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, Almira, take your laptop, no worries.
Yes.
And Katie is thinking, 2 minutes there on the clock. It will become super dangerous. Right behind them, Ekaterina Atalik in her game against Hejazipur Mitra.
Oh, yeah, my patriot.
Yes.
I'm happy to see her here, you know, with...
But take a look now. It seems that Teodora Ignatz is struggling to find a move. If we can zoom, she's playing moves on the last board right behind those two games. Third board with the camera, we can go there. This we just get closer to Teodora Ignatz because she's really long time. Maybe we can go even closer to see the clock a bit better. So rook d8 just played because Teodora is playing. She's super long time.
She tried queen take h5.
So queen is on d5.
Okay, knight f3. Oh, it's interesting. Knight e1 for mate on f3 not possible because queen take e1.
Yeah, you wanted to give checkmate. So we just need to get our camera a little bit higher, yes, and closer. And we will get that board as well. You see Teodora, she's thinking.
Maybe
No, she's getting ready. And h5, yeah. Bravo, Amir.
Yeah. Eagle eyes. Only we can say, you know, you see
7, 6, 5, 4, and 3. Rook b5.
Rook b5.
But now rook g2, but
the knight on c2
is hanging.
Yeah. Cool.
Queen e6, simple and sound. Yeah, we can stay with this angle because it shows the drama. Rook h5. Theodora.
Oh, queen e3. So now
I'm threatening. I'm not threatening rook g2
maybe.
because then rook protects
Protect, yeah.
after the bishop moves.
But knight e1 now is threatening.
Oh, bravo, Amir.
Yeah,
Knight e1,
or knight
game
e4,
over.
even
Game over,
even
knight e1.
e4
You are right.
Yeah, both.
So Theodora struggling.
Knight
European
e4, knight
champion.
e1, both. Yeah, same idea. Maybe knight d4, you're attacking the rook on f5 could be better. Who knows? h4.
Yeah, this is lost in so
Okay,
many
take
ways.
queen, take
Can
f4.
f4 and then knight is hanging because of checkmate. She just takes.
And
Knight g3, there is a
queen
checkmate.
take h4 then. Yeah.
Resignation. Theodora will resign. Big win for Maria. Somehow Theodora is struggling playing complicated chess in rapid and blitz. If you don't have enough time, it's hard to navigate. In classical chess, I believe that Theodora will keep those things under control, but here she is struggling a bit. Let's go to see what's going on. In Katie, King f8 played. It seems that she got crashed.
Oh, blunder.
We see Lucas Turley, who is following. Feed the general secretary, and yeah, this is tough for Katie now.
Yeah. That's pity. She played quite good. Just
okay, but a good game from Narva Mai as well.
Maybe
okay.
Rook f4.
They are like
f4,
really long times.
Yeah, so. Rook d4, Rook f4, all wins. Bishop f4.
d6 is hanging as well.
Yeah.
Knight d6.
Rook f4 and then we take it.
Knight d6. She takes, he's sacrificing the bishop on a4.
Queen take a4.
Yes.
No.
Bishop c5, and now knight b7 is coming. It looks that's all.
Yeah, it's over.
We will have draw on the first board. This is the current position. So Kotenashvili versus
Rook ending.
Yeah, it will be a draw. Even without a pawn, it's a draw. And Kostenyuk, this is more interesting. This knight is really awkwardly placed. But she's giving so many checks.
And so many pawns.
Yeah, and it seems that she's winning. She wants to... Yeah, this is super precise. Because if now king goes to f1, there is queen a1, and I'm exchanging the queens by force, and then I will collect... I will come closer. So king f1, I believe. Just queen a1, exchange the queens, should win, and then king g7. But we will see. Will Alexandra go for it? Or queen d1? Yeah, even better, no need for queen a1. Queen d2. She exchanges the queen. Sorry, queen d1. I have. So queen d1 and exchanging on d2. Takes on g2 and king g7. Looks to me like just a technical win. Aha, but there is knight e4. Hang on. What do you play now?
Knight c7.
Ah, okay. Knight f7, knight d6, knight d5, knight c4, and some e4, yes.
Some chances,
practically. Oh, no, it's no? I think it's just totally lost. Now some king g7, takes knight d5.
Okay, now
2 pawns up.
2 pawns up, nothing for white.
Okay, king f3. King f3, king f6. Yeah. Yeah. Technical win. Let's go to next board where Arabidze Board number 3 is under heavy fire of Beidulaeva, but Mary is very skillful blitz player. This is the position. They are really long time. Bishop d3 would have been played, maybe. It looks to me that this was winning on spot. But she went for knight e4. I was thinking about bishop d3. This looks to me as a winning on spot. But
Yeah.
knight e4 might be good as well.
Knight c6, no? Knight c6, rook d2.
Okay, they played some moves. So knight e4, b6, rook b6, g4. But now rook goes from the other side. Ah, that was her idea.
Even bishop take g4, I think.
Yeah, takes an f3.
Yeah, maybe then.
Then queen
Yeah,
g3.
there is something.
Yeah, I think she wins.
I didn't calculate it. Just I trust universe.
Rook h8, rook h6, right?
Oh, you see?
No, but then knight g4
Knight
can
take,
go.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no,
But I
no.
no, just like bishop h6, h3 maybe. No, instead that
She took on
bishop
F3.
h3. What do you
Yes, this was winning.
Yeah,
But now,
schematic. I think was
no,
completely losing.
she wants to go some tricks with rook b1. This knight is actually misplayed. But here is possible to
find
save the
something.
game.
Yeah, but difficult.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe I don't know how we can play. Knight e5, knight now queen c. Okay. Maybe knight g5, no? Knight g5, queen c8 check. Okay. Prophylactic move.
A good move.
Now, oh, king h7, very good. Oh, beautiful. Knight e5, queen g3. Now attacking the knight. Knight c6 will met by queen f2 check. So now it's checkmate maybe. Yeah, checkmate. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Another Alexandra game. It's
over, right?
It's over.
King b goes to b2 and the queen b.
She give up the queen, so now just it's question of technique.
Yeah, but it can take some time. There was a similar game between Leon Levaich, Croatian GM, and Christian Mayer, German IM, but this is a precise move. That queen comes to h5, and now it's game over. Very nice touch.
Yeah,
so Beidulaeva won. Rubers is fighting. Let's go to that game. Board number 4. She's winning, but she will need to work.
Yes. So now it's completely winning.
Yeah, but there is some chance maybe with now king is getting closer.
Yeah, b3 and then rook a2. Not difficult. Okay, after king, okay, rook a2 and then is b2, a2. And if you go for rook b8, I will bring my king to b1. And then it's very easy to win. So nothing really, because after check, you can play very easy. Okay, rook here. I have check. After that, it's easy win.
You sure?
Yeah,
Yes, king b2 wins.
yeah.
King
King
b2, king
b2
8.
is
Because
easy.
b2 can be tricky after check.
No, even yeah, it's tricky.
I think it might be a draw.
King d3. Show me, please.
Ah,
Again, is winning. Yes.
yes, king d3.
Zugzwang, maybe.
Yes.
I clear,
So this,
some square. Yeah, king c3. Okay. Now rook.
yeah.
Yes. And
Wait.
then, and what happened then? Rook f1. Okay. King c2. King a2. It's draw again. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You should.
No, I made the wrong move here, so I need to do like this.
Okay.
Rook. And this is how I saved the game against
And then
forward.
check. Oh yeah.
But it's a
Check
draw.
again.
Yeah,
Again
it's a
draw.
draw.
Yeah.
It's very nice. This is how I save it.
Yeah. You're right. We shouldn't play b2. King b2 is winning.
And I think she did it. No, no, they played exactly what we said.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, this is hang
He
on.
heard,
Yeah, this is the put. No, I'm trying to get the position. Hang on. But this is a draw, if I'm not mistaken. Do we see anything? King
No,
e3.
not really. Yeah,
Now she needs to take.
oh, yeah. King c4 also same, no? Yeah, it's same.
She takes. Yeah, what a position. This is crazy.
Yeah.
King a3 now. Eileen. Yeah, she got. Yeah, aware that this will end up in a draw. Crazy stuff.
Rook d2 again. Your move. Look.
Yes.
Your move.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe there is some microphone there. They hear. When we talk. It's exactly same. Yeah, you're right. We could win easily by playing king b2, but this line is totally dead draw. Yeah, king a2 and king c2 and just rook playing. But yeah, rook b1 or rook f1, all of that is draw. It's difficult to accept the draw, but no choice. Rook d3 normally, yeah, and just rook playing.
Yes. King b3.
And
Yeah,
rook
now you don't
h3,
need. Yeah,
rook
no.
h3, yeah, rook b3. I like it.
Yes, rook
It's
g3
short.
was
Yeah, I
that
like
was super cool.
Yeah, it was interesting.
But she's waiting also to show that you can wait with the b pawn. You can wait in front. You don't need to know this 6 rank rule. What a game! What a game! Big kudos for the defender, for Maria. And we have one more game in progress. Who is playing? No, we have few more. Okay, let's check those games. This one is finished. This one probably winning for white. Rook e4. No, what I'm saying, that exchange. So rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5.
And then push f4. Or rook e2 is also.
e3, yeah. All of that.
So Shenina. Batsiashvili Nino.
And many rook endings.
Yeah. And the draw. Yeah. Yeah, let's stay with this Shenina's game. Rook f8. Rook f8.
And rook e4, and then king g6, one temper.
Yep.
She should find this move. Just
But now it's game over.
yeah, now it's finished. Yeah, but
f5 is coming.
yeah,
So Lucia is aware.
now it's finished. Just from 5th rank is easy to win.
So regarding games on top, we have drawn the first board. Alexander Kostenyuk has won the game. Beidulaeva with the black pieces versus Arabidze. Rubers drew his game. Bodana same versus Chaku. Slivitska won versus Gvetadze. And now Shenina is just winning. Irina Bulmaga won. Narva Mai. Ekaterina Atalik. Manko Maria versus Teodora Injac. These are the results on top boards. Final moments.
Now, just
building the bridge, and king climbs, king e5, king e7. This is the way how you win it. Yeah, and here you can cover.
Building the bridge and easy win.
Yeah. After king e7, she played queen c, but now rook f4 just does the job.
Great.
Yes, we will see. Congratulations. No need for a board because king will move, and yeah. So we have final game. I don't see any other game. We can go to the playing call with some bird view to check is anywhere there. Okay, we have one more game, but we don't have electronic board there. And it will be hard for us to see. Yeah. Okay. I think that slowly we can conclude our day since we don't have live moves. We can conclude our day. So these are the top results. So Stefanova, Kostenyuk, Bejdulaeva, Slivitska, and Ushenina. No, Slivitska, they are leading the field, and then huge group with 4 points. So 4.5 out of 5. I mean, quite a good
Great.
result. So
Yeah.
kudos for
For
yeah.
first day, yeah.
So I think that we can conclude our day. So tomorrow we are starting very soon at 10 a.m. So grab a cup of coffee after we wake up. It's a weekend and enjoy some interesting chess from Monaco. And greetings from my side. Tomorrow Almira Skripchenko will be again with us. Amir, some final thoughts?
Yeah, it was great. Really, I'm happy to be here with you. We really enjoyed. We saw many exciting games, many combinations. It was really some. It was really such a exciting game for me. It was like I was playing.
So that's it for today. I at the end brought something, but I didn't read it. I couldn't read it. I don't know what, but that's it from our side. It's time to maybe play some blitz in the evening to relax. So see us tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
What?
Billy.